Hello and welcome to my channel. This video is a complete video of how does money and our global economic cycle work. After the intro, it starts right away. Stay tuned.
Insights for the informed investor.
My name is Darius, and I first came into contact with the economy in 1998. Back then, during my training, we discussed economic cycles, and I found it very fascinating. I then went to a library and borrowed some books that explicitly explained the economy. A short time later, in 1999, I slowly started investing in equity funds with an initial charge of 5%. My first equity funds were from China. Even then, I recognized the potential. Today, I invest in individual shares and ETFs. Now that I have briefly introduced myself, let's change the subject. In many countries and among many people, the topic of money is taboo. People don't talk about money. Money doesn't make you happy. He inherited the money, so he just has it. The first million is the most difficult. You can't buy health with money. Do you notice anything about the sentences? Somehow envy fills them, doesn't it? Why do most people think this way about money? Why are you taught very little about money in class and how to invest it profitably? For most people, their dreams and reality are very different. They dream that they will have a house with a garden or a big car when they grow up. As we all know, everyone wants a house. After all, it has been a basic need for thousands of years. But when you are in professional life, it remains a dream. Can anything be done about this? In this video, money is the central topic, and you and your children are shown how to be financially free. Prosperity is a birthright. We all want to live in financial freedom, don't we? Schools prepare our children for working life. Very little is taught about finances. If that's the case, change it. I make the videos so that you and your next generation's children can live in their natural destiny, prosperity, and financial freedom. The introduction. If you ask the people around you whether they understand the concept behind money, they will most likely answer you with a resounding yes. But the reality is different. Ask yourself specifically what you learn at school. Do you learn how financial systems are structured and how you can use them to your own advantage? You probably don't, because the school system only gives you a theoretical education in various areas, but no education in vital areas. Financial intelligence is the key word here. Many people have not yet realized that financial intelligence can be a key to success. Compare the intelligent people in this world with those who are entrepreneurial and multiply their money. With the intelligent people, you will find that they have all the necessary prerequisites to earn good money, but do not do so. The first thing you notice about people who are active in business is that they are generally not as well educated as intelligent people. Nevertheless, they usually run a company that generates good sales and therefore ensure that many intelligent people work for them. While one person has acquired the theoretical education that is taught at school, the other person has dealt with financial intelligence from the very beginning. This also leads to the person's success. Economics is a central part of every country, household, and business. You should master your own accounting in order to have a good life. Otherwise, you will never experience financial freedom and will be stuck in a real dead end. You won't be able to get out of it easily. These videos will give you a basic understanding of money. Not only that, you will also learn how you can increase your money. Practical tips and clear explanations ensure that even the layman understands the subject. To understand the subject of money, we must first travel back in time. The Neolithic Age. How did money come into being in the first place? This is a crucial question if you are concerned with your own financial intelligence. Many thousands of years ago, people did not know money in the material form that it exists today. At that time, people lived as hunters and gatherers. As they lived this way of life, they generally did not need money as they did not need to buy goods or anything similar. Although the invention of money did not take place in this era, the trade in animals or other tools laid the foundation for the later development of money. Basically, everything that people in a particular group hunted or gathered belonged to all the people in that group. Although meat or grain was exchanged with other nomadic peoples, Trade in goods had not yet been developed. This only happened in the course of time, when people became sedentary. This will be explained in the next chapter. The first town foundations. The first small settlements emerged with the founding of the first towns. First agriculture developed, and then livestock farming. These two things became more and more complicated over time. When people settled down, they were able to produce a surplus of grain, milk, or meat as farmers. However, in the beginning, they were not able to obtain other things they needed. They lacked the right tools with which they could do their work even better. This aspect laid the foundation for bartering. They exchanged the surpluses they gained from farming and animal husbandry for tools and jewelry. The fundamental change compared to the Neolithic period is that, firstly, people became sedentary. Secondly, they no longer had to provide for themselves. The division of labor between different groups was encouraged. A small market economy existed. There was a demand for every good on offer, which could be met by a corresponding supply. But where was the first city founded? Eridu was one of the first cities to be founded by the Summers. This city fulfilled the basic requirements of urbanity. However, the area was not settled directly. The area was not settled until around 5000 BC. The heyday of the city began around 2500 to 1900 BC. However, the first buildings were erected around 4500 BC, so that the consequences of the first barter trade are already evident here. The town of Wetzlar is one of the oldest towns in Germany. It was founded around the same time as Eridu was built. As you can see, trade continues to spread around the world. But there is still one problem. So far, there are only barter transactions. There are no real means of payment yet. So what was the next step that led to the development of today's money? Traditional means of payment. Bartering is all well and good, but still very complicated. Let's assume that a fisherman wanted to buy a new fishing rod. First, he had to find a baker where he could exchange fish for bread. If the baker was not interested in the fish, no barter was made. Now that the fisherman had received the bread, he had to go to the blacksmith and exchange the bread for a fishing rod. As you can see, this way of trading is not very effective. Not only that, it is also far more complicated than the trade we know today. These are also the first means of payment. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to this channel and activate the bell to add value to the channel and support my channel for free. People have not always paid with money, as most people assume. Some of this bartering still exists today. If you look around the internet on various barter platforms, you will quickly find numerous offers where you can exchange one specific item for another. Smartphones are the best known example. You can always find sellers online who want to swap their smartphone for another smartphone. Using objects and food as a means of payment is the simplest form of payment known to man. In addition, both parties always have an advantage in the barter transaction. One person receives something they need to live, while the other person receives a new tool or other items, for example. This, in turn, can be used to buy new food. The first coins. What were the first coins? Coins were used to slowly introduce our current monetary system. But how did people come to produce coins and later use them for trade? Was there a particular reason that prompted them to produce coins? To begin with, it should be noted that it is not clear when money was first used, but writings can prove that in ancient Mesopotamia, payment was made with weighed silver 4,000 years ago. This was the foundation stone of today's trade. Since this milestone in trade, precious metals have been used as a means of payment in many parts of the world. How did people pay with silver? They simply chopped the precious metal into smaller pieces and weighed them. Another option was to place pieces of gold that they found in the scales. To weigh the metals, they usually used recognized weights and scales so that there was a standard of comparison. The shape of the metal played a secondary role. Instead, the weight of the metal came to the fore. In the 7th century BC, the actual coins were invented. Merchants in Lydia came up with the idea of introducing coins. What was the reason for this change? Quite simply, weighing precious metals was a laborious task. To save this work in future, the merchants suggested that the metal pieces could be stamped with a personal mark. This minting process is known as minting. The problem, however, was that there were not so many coins in circulation in the past. This in turn meant that the different pieces of metal kept falling into the same hands. This meant that merchants always knew immediately the value of the piece of metal they were holding. It was only later that the state came up with the idea of minting coins with a state value. This changed the entire economic structure worldwide. What is the reason for this? It's simpler than you might think. The introduction of coins meant that people had to pay their taxes in a different form. Instead of the usual way, they were now obliged to pay their taxes in the form of coins. This meant that people had to change their ways. If you have taken a close look at the history of money up to now, you will have noticed one crucial point. This is that people have repeatedly acted out of their comfort zone. What does that mean? People found it too costly to trade in animals and agricultural goods, so they began to pay with gold and silver. However, this also became very costly over time, which is why they decided to pay with coins that were personally minted. In order to simplify the monetary system for everyone, the coins were used by the state. The state minted the coins with a uniform value. This standardized trade within a country. What was the result of this aspect? It meant that people had even greater convenience when paying. This meant that goods or services could be procured even more quickly. What would have been the logical next step? Correct. Payment with banknotes. Because paying with banknotes makes life even easier for people, which is why this step is essential for the transformation of money. The first banknotes. Who produced the first banknotes? Who first came up with the idea of putting banknotes into circulation? This is a crucial question when dealing with the topic of money. After all, banknotes are still part of our monetary system today. Many people can no longer imagine the monetary system without banknotes. Just think of the fact that cash was to be abolished, and this led to great resentment. India is an ideal example that shows that banknotes are a strong component of our payment system. In India, large notes were abolished against the backdrop of the elimination of black money. This happened overnight. The result was all the more devastating. For days, there were protests and strikes directed against the passing of the law. The issue has been taken up again and again in numerous South Indian films. This alone shows how strongly the banknote has established itself in our society today. The first banknotes came into circulation because it was simply too cumbersome to pay with numerous coins. In the 9th century, the Chinese developed paper money. However, it took another 800 years for paper money to reach Europe. In addition, the first paper money in Europe was printed in Sweden. In July 1661, the Stockholm's Banco put the money into circulation. As at the beginning of every revolution, people were skeptical this time too. They did not trust paper money, even though it was very practical. The crucial question was what value paper money had. Gold and silver had a value that could be measured, but what was the value of the paper on which the money was printed? To solve this problem, the banks developed a very simple system. For every single banknote they issued, they had the corresponding equivalent value in gold in stock. The value of an issued bill was therefore covered by gold. So, when was the German mark introduced? It took a few years before Germany had a monetary system that worked well. In 1871, under Bismarck, the law introducing the mark was passed. Alongside this law, the Pfennig was also adopted as the imperial currency. Prior to this, the mark was merely a unit of weight. One Cologne mark weighed approximately 234 grams of silver. With regard to the development of banknotes, it can be said that nowadays the equivalent value of a banknote is no longer determined in gold or silver. Instead, numerous other factors have an influence on how much a country's currency is worth. For example, the value of a country's currency is determined by its debts or the amount of securities it owns. As you can see, the banknote did not spread around the world immediately. It took decades before it really arrived in Germany. Nevertheless, Germany did not have a stable monetary system. Just look at the developments after the First and Second World Wars. The monetary system only lasted for 30 years before Germany fell into a severe economic crisis which led to hyperinflation. The first banks. How did banks come about? what is responsible for this? The first banks were created for one reason. The different currencies used in bartering had to be converted into the correct ratio. This was an indispensable economic step for the major trade fairs and, above all, for long-distance trade. Entire professions were soon dedicated to this step. This profession, which conducted business at a bank, was ultimately also called a bank. The earliest activities of a bank, as we understand them today, were found in northern Italy. Even today, many banking terms are in common use that actually originate from Italian. The mere conversion of currencies was soon expanded to include other activities. These included the granting of loans. Over time, banks also began to issue bills of exchange themselves, which meant that merchants were offered more protection. But when was the first bank established in Germany? The Fugger Bank is considered to be the first official German bank. It was first mentioned by the Augsburg City Council in 1486. At the time, Jakob Fugger financed both the secular and clerical elite. The oldest private bank in Germany is Barenberg Bank, which was founded in 1590. As you can see, banking has always played a central role in the German state. Today, we simply can no longer imagine a German state without a bank that provides a framework and regulates its affairs. Money and trade in transition. However, it soon became clear that precious metals were just lying around uselessly in bank vaults and were causing storage costs. Why was that? It was because all the precious metal was not being used at once. The merchants recognized the potential of this circumstance, so they came up with an ingenious idea. They observed that only a fraction of the merchants and traders exchanged the banknotes back into gold. Many of them simply passed the banknotes on without ever exchanging them back for gold or silver. In this way, the banks put unbacked banknotes or promissory bills into circulation on credit for the stored gold and silver. The banks knew that they could not easily increase the precious metals in their vaults, but they could increase paper notes. The traders and merchants did not know that the banks were issuing further promissory bills for the stored coins without their knowledge. At some point, there were several banknotes for each gold coin. If the credit money remained in circulation, then the bank would also have to deposit additional gold coins in the vaults. Of course, this could always work as long as nobody noticed the fraud, and many owners of the banknotes suddenly wanted to exchange the bills back for gold. This would have immediately caused the bank major payment difficulties. The hard-working citizens who stored the gold were ultimately the ones who lost out as a result of the uncovered paper money or promissory bills. As financiers for merchants, banks financed global trade. Banks also helped rulers finance their lust for war. This gave the banks political influence. When, at the end of the 17th century, many bank customers in England wanted to exchange their paper money for gold at the same time, it soon became apparent that the bank's gold reserves were empty. The banknotes could not be exchanged. Public confidence was shaken, so the bank solved the problem by printing 1 and 2 pound notes in addition to the 5 pound notes. Although the bank's business was associated with risks, and some went under in the course of history, the triumph of paper money was unstoppable. Although there were already harrowing experiences at the time, the banks took advantage of the people's ignorance to grant further loans and promissory bills. In addition, the banks lent out money that did not belong to them and charged a fee in the form of interest. The interests and opportunities of the banks were simply too strong. The common people, just like today, did not understand what was being played here. At that time, the Christian churches had enormous influence, and, from the church's point of view, money transactions were dishonest. It was declared a sin to ask for money in return for lending something to others and taking interest. Jews were often the money lenders in the Middle Ages. The Jews at that time also had few professional opportunities, as they were forbidden from practicing a trade. As a result, some Christians repeatedly resented the Jews when they became rich by lending money. But there were also Christian businessmen who lent money for a fee. What happened back then has not really changed today. Even today, banks lend a lot of money to people. However, there are usually not enough reserves to cover the bank's monetary capacities. They simply have to deal with the global economic crises that have occurred. Because of our current monetary system, There is nothing we can do but wait for the next economic crisis and then take the next steps. This is the simple model that you can understand if you look at the state of the economy before a crisis and after a crisis. Before a crisis, the economy is usually doing very badly. There are few job opportunities, and the national economy is in a stagnation phase. After an economic crisis, there is always an economic boom, as there is a lot of spare capacity that needs to be filled. As you can see, the economic game plays itself out again and again, and the common people are unaware of it. The gold standard. What is the gold standard and what advantages does it actually bring? The gold standard is an international monetary system. In this system, the various currencies are standardized on the basis of gold. The cover provisions and their design are variable. In the age of colonization, more and more goods came into circulation, which meant that tons of precious metals had to be transferred from one place to another. The solution was to establish a gold standard. The inevitable fluctuations in market prices were to be balanced out. Nowadays, we keep hearing voices calling for the gold standard to be introduced. But what are the concrete advantages of this standard? The specific advantages of the standard are that it limits the amount of cash available. Nowadays, banks have the opportunity to put more and more money into circulation by granting loans. In addition, the gold standard would give cash a real equivalent value. This means that stability and security are guaranteed. Savers in particular, who are suffering the most from the current low interest rate policy, would benefit from the introduction of such a standard. In addition, the gold standard would also have advantages for international trade. The national currencies would be in an exact relationship to each other due to the gold standard. The stable exchange rates and the simple conversion of different prices would promote the economy and trade. To date, all attempts to stabilize the currencies have proved fatal. On the contrary, they have led to the emergence of another crisis that has become almost unstoppable. Stability is a crucial point. Due to the current banking policy, many people would like to have the stability back that they had with the gold standard. Ultimately, this point is also leading to an ever-growing movement against the current monetary standard, which is quite understandable. Book money. What is book money and what distinguishes it? Book money is money held by a specific person in an account. It no longer exists in book form, but is stored in so-called databases. The actual money is transferred by checks, bank transfers, and the like. You are probably familiar with the classic bank transfer. You have bought a product or service on the internet. Of course, you now have to pay for it. Book money is used to enable you to do this. As a rule, the respective store operator has a bank account. You must now transfer the money to this bank account. However, you no longer hand over the money in the form of paper. You transfer the money digitally. The money is sent from your database to the recipient's database. How is book money created? Book money is created quite simply, and you already know how book money is created. You deposit cash into a bank account. This deposit of cash is mainly created by the bank granting a loan. This allows the bank to further maximize the money in circulation. The granting of credit ultimately means that the bank makes book money available to you by crediting it to your bank account. The resulting bank balances are known as demand deposits and represent a large part of the known book money. As a rule, the credit lines not yet utilized by the customer must also be added to the actual book money. These include both the overdraft facility and the overdraft facility. This area also includes term deposits and savings deposits from non-banks. But what is the effect of book money? Many people assume that cash is the most common form of currency in circulation in today's society, but is that really the case? The answer to this question is a clear no, because cash is not the most circulating form of money in society. Rather, it is book money. You should bear a few facts in mind here. In 2013, the total amount of book money in Europe amounted to around 4,858 billion euros. How is it possible for so much money to come into circulation without there being any corresponding cover? If you ask yourself this question, you will quickly realize why numerous crises are caused. This is simply because there is too much money in circulation without sufficient cover. Sight deposits are also known as potential cash. This is due to the fact that sight deposits can always be converted into cash. How can this be done? Quite simply, by withdrawing money from your account. When you withdraw money from your account, you convert the book money into cash. The central banks. If you read the news regularly, you will have heard time and again that the European Central Bank is maintaining its low interest rate policy. But what are central banks anyway, and what are they good for? Central banks are special banks that are responsible for the currency of a country or the currency of a group of countries. The ECB, for example, is responsible for regulating monetary policy in Europe. The main objective of these banks is usually to create price stability. In some countries, the central bank is also obliged to promote full employment. An important instrument of the central bank is that it can set interest rates. But how does the European Central Bank act? This is easier than you might think. It is not accessible to private investors, so you can't go to the European Central Bank and open a current account or anything similar there. On the contrary, the bank is only accessible to commercial banks. The numerous commercial banks can borrow money from the European Central Bank, for example. This money is issued so that the commercial banks can easily cover their short-term capital requirements. Furthermore, the commercial banks must provide collateral, as otherwise the amount owed could grow immeasurably. Central banks usually always have a minimum reserve. What is this anyway, and what is such a reserve good for? With a minimum reserve, the European Central Bank, for example, requires that mandatory deposits are held at the bank. If you look at this topic in a little more depth, you will very quickly realize that a lot of money can come into circulation in this way. Where is the equivalent value of the money? How is this structure set up? Due to the complexity of the banking system, it is difficult for the average consumer to look behind the facades. However, such an insight provides an overview of the bank's game, so that the final question is whether central banks are necessary. Central banks have a great deal of leeway. This scope of power has no direct consequences for citizens, but the consequences are felt indirectly. One of the ECB's main objectives was to stimulate the economy through a low interest rate policy. This goal was also achieved, as many people bought and built real estate. What is the catch? The catch is that the creditworthiness of the various people took a back seat. When granting a loan, creditworthiness is actually the decisive criterion that should determine whether a particular person should be granted a loan worth several thousand euros. By not taking creditworthiness into account, people were able to take out a large loan that they would not be able to pay under normal circumstances. This in turn meant that they were restricted in their own scope. This can all be seen as an indirect consequence of the ECB's policy. Central banks do not act on the initiative of citizens, but rather in the opposite direction. Public debt. Germany has no debt. Many people believe this, but do they really know what they are talking about? Because Germany does have debts. You have to bear one thing in mind. When politicians go into an election campaign, long-term developments in a country tend to play a secondary role. Numerous economists have analyzed Germany's economic system and are threatening gloomy prospects. As ordinary citizens, all you see is the rosy facade that is repeatedly discussed in the media. This facade consists primarily of the fact that very high surpluses are being generated. There are also tax breaks and pension relief. That all sounds great, doesn't it? Interest expenditure on debt will rise again as early as 2020. From 2030, this could lead to a large gap between the national budget and the actual national debt. Germany's current debt ratio is not 10 or 5%, but a whopping 68% of gross domestic product. This does not even include civil servants' pensions and other social expenditure. If these are included, the actual debt figure for 2017 is 161%. This figure will continue to rise as Social Security contributions and pension obligations increase. But let's get back to the point. A currency reform has never led to a country being able to free itself from its debt ratio. What historical examples are there to support this thesis? You only have to look back to the Weimar Republic. After it was proclaimed, there was a currency reform. However, the existing national debt increased so that the demands could no longer be met, and hyperinflation finally set in. One margarine cost several million Reichsmarks. The most recent example is the introduction of the euro. In order to equalize the value of the euro and the German mark, the purchasing power of the German mark was reduced. The actual value of the money in circulation was reduced. People didn't really notice this at the time. But what were the consequences of such an equalization? This is relatively simple. The harmonization meant that Germany's actual economic strength was diminished. Considering that disruptive technologies are constantly evolving and that Germany cannot really gain a foothold in this sector, the outlook is anything but rosy. When people are confronted with such a fact, they don't want to admit it. Why? Quite simply, they don't want to accept the fact that crises have to occur again and again in order for the current economic system to function. Moreover, very few people have a precise understanding of the various economic systems in Germany. Just look at the tax system. If everyone could fill in and submit their own tax return, we would have a much simpler tax system. The profiteers. If the system is designed so that a large part of the burden has to be borne by the middle class, who benefits from such a system? Even if it sounds like a standard answer at first, it is primarily the rich people who benefit from this system. If you have looked at the development of the abolition of coal-fired power plants, then you will understand what is meant by this. The rich people in Germany create jobs, which is essential for the German economic system. The German economy also depends in part on these jobs, because if these jobs are lost, the unemployed people have to be financed with social benefits, which is an enormous burden. When the coal phase-out was planned, RWE became involved. RWE is a huge company that creates many jobs. It threatened that many jobs would be lost if the coal-fired power plants were abolished. Ultimately, this effect led to the coal phase-out being extended. A simple effect, which aimed mainly based on the fact that rich people and large corporations in Germany are the real drivers of economic policy. The same scandal also occurred with Opel and other large lobbies. The hyperinflation. Everyone has probably heard of hyperinflation. After all, it is not a foreign concept in Germany. Just remember the hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic. But when were the first hyperinflations? There have been a total of 56 hyperinflations worldwide. The worst of these are presented below. The hit list of hyperinflations is headed by the hyperinflation in Hungary. Here, inflation lasted just under a year and caused the economy as a whole to experience a price increase of almost 207%. This figure is not given on a monthly or annual basis, but on a daily basis. Prices doubled every 15 hours during this inflation. Of course, the German hyperinflation is also one of the worst inflationary periods in the world to date. To be more precise, the inflation from August 1922 to December 1923 is one of the 5 worst inflationary periods in the entire world. The highest inflation rate measured at that time was 29,500%. Converted to a daily basis, the inflation rate amounted to 20.9%. Prices doubled within 4 days. Money was generally losing value faster than it could be spent. Many people have experienced the most recent period of inflation. We are talking about the inflation episode of 2007, when hyperinflation took place in Zimbabwe, Africa, from March 2006 to mid-November 2008. Daily inflation rates here amounted to 98%, and prices doubled every 25 hours. The long-term consequences of such inflation crises have not yet been precisely analyzed. However, the course of events after such a crisis is almost always the same. The currency is abolished, and a currency reform is carried out. This is the only way to ensure that prices stabilize again. However, if you take a closer look at this process, it is a case of market intervention. Market interventions always harbor risks that only become apparent later. If hyperinflations are so bad, surely there must be measures that can be taken to prevent such periods of inflation. Many people do indeed ask themselves this question. The various possible solutions are examined in more detail below. In order to avoid hyperinflation, a corresponding equivalent value must be created for the money in circulation. How can this be achieved? The simplest solution would be to invest gold as a countervalue for the cash. However, the gold reserves on Earth cannot cover the money in circulation. This is due to the fact that the current economic policy has almost printed money non-stop. This mistake then becomes apparent in the periods of inflation that occur every few decades. Although hyperinflation actually affects everyone, there are still institutions and groups that profit from hyperinflation. One major institution that benefits from hyperinflation is the bank. In such times, they can borrow money from the central banks at very low interest rates and pass it on at a higher price. After all, the banks are also supported by the state. In the end, it is the middle class that loses out the most. This is because inflation always affects the broad masses. They are not prepared for sudden price increases. Investors, on the other hand, usually know in advance that a crisis is looming. They invest their money elsewhere and thus ensure that their money increases in the best-case scenario during such a crisis. The currency reform. What are currency reforms and what characterizes them? What are the consequences of a currency reform? This will be explained in this chapter. A currency reform can have serious consequences. In a currency reform, the financial situation is turned completely upside down. This has already happened twice in Germany in the last 100 years. The first currency reform occurred after the First World War was financed. The state had issued massive amounts of government bonds in the course of the First World War. The loans could not be repaid because the state did not have enough revenue after the war. At the same time, both the economy and the government believed that inflation would help to get rid of the debt. In the end, however, the measure taken resulted in the price rising. The only way out was to carry out a currency reform. In order for this to succeed, the government introduced a transitional currency in 1923. This was formally backed by the Reich's real estate. A total of 1 trillion paper marks were converted into this Rentenmark. Prices fell again. The following year, the Reichsmark was introduced as a real currency. At least 40% of this was backed by gold or another currency. The economy was functioning again, and everything seemed to be in perfect order. However, when the German mark was introduced a few decades later, there was a problem. Society was hit hard by the introduction of the German mark. One of the reasons for this was that savers were expropriated. So what are the consequences of a currency reform? As the example of the German mark shows, a currency reform does not always have to be positive. On the contrary, different social groups are always affected by such a reform. Investors are not affected, as they have put their money aside elsewhere. Again, it is the middle class that is hit hardest by a currency reform. If your savings are expropriated by such a reform, your hands are almost tied. This is why many people are worried about the euro. If the eurozone collapses, there will be another currency reform. This currency reform would result in the middle class being severely affected. It could even lead to middle-class people having to live in poverty. The consequences are therefore obvious. Citizens lose confidence in the state. In Germany in particular, citizens have lost confidence in currency reforms. They have seen twice what a currency reform can do. That is why they want to avoid another one and are doing everything they can to ensure that a currency reform does not happen again. Once trust has been lost, it cannot be regained. That is why many people of the older generation still do not trust the euro. Ultimately, it is the fault of the state that such reforms are carried out. The currencies do not have sufficient coverage, which ultimately results in such a reform. The unequal distribution between rich and poor. The gap between rich and poor in Germany and the USA has never been as wide as it is today. In the coming years, it is expected that the middle class will continue to break apart. As a result, the gap between rich and poor will continue to widen. The richest 5% own almost all the wealth on earth. Time and again you hear the statement, "Yes, you have to be lucky to get rich." Unfortunately, this is not true. Not all of the people who belong to the richest 5% of humanity were lucky. It all depends on your mental attitude. If you tell yourself every day that you can't get rich, then exactly one thing will happen: nothing at all. You need to set yourself a specific financial goal and work towards it. This was the case with Warren Buffett, for example. He saved every cent he could so that he could create the empire he has today. This all started at a young age, as he set himself a financial goal very early on. This financial goal ultimately set him apart. Many people go to work, school, or training every day without knowing what they actually want in life. If you don't know what you want in life, life can't give you anything. Did you know that Bill Gates' first company was a failure? Too often, successful and rich personalities are reduced to their successes. However, these are usually people who have experienced a lot in their lives. Furthermore, they have often had to struggle with setbacks and have often had to start all over again. You are not born rich. You first think yourself rich, and then you can achieve it. If you have read the book Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, you will understand this concept. Because even if you were born into a wealthy family, this does not automatically mean that you will lead a wealthy life in the future. Because there is one thing you are not taught at school that is of crucial importance: financial intelligence. What is financial intelligence, and why is it so crucial to creating a wealthier life? Financial intelligence gives you a decisive advantage. You know how to invest your money and get added value from it. Many people are addicted to consumerism these days. Consumer debt piles up more and more every day. If you fall into such a trap, you have virtually no way out. You have to live with your situation and accept that you will lead a debt-ridden life. An ideal example of the application of financial intelligence is Warren Buffett. Einstein said back then that the compound interest effect was one of the greatest discoveries in the world. Nowadays, there is virtually no interest on savings accounts, but you can still invest your money elsewhere. The compound interest effect describes how you can build up a fortune in the long term. If you look at Warren Buffett's fortune, you will see that with the first million, the fortune has grown rapidly. Warren Buffett always planned his investments for the long term. In this way, he was able to ensure that he benefited from the returns that were distributed to him every year. However, he did not withdraw his returns, but left them in his securities account. As a result, the interest he received earned interest again. And that brings us to the compound interest effect. The sum continues to grow every year, while the interest keeps earning interest. Moreover, rich people generally have a rather modest appearance. Have you ever heard of the following quote? "The goal is to be rich, not to look rich." Some people should take this quote to heart. There are too many consumer goods in the world. Most of them are in the higher price range. But what's the point if you buy such a good and can't cover the cost with your salary? Exactly. Debt. A modest life doesn't always have to be a bad life. Spend money on spending more time with your family. And finally, get to the point where the money works for you. The entrepreneurial spirit of rich people characterizes them. They know how important setbacks are in life. While most people give up after the first setback, it's different for the richest 5% of the world. These people know that this setback is important, because only from setbacks can they learn what they can do better. You should take this to heart. You should also realize that we are living in the age of knowledge. In concrete terms, this means that it has never been easier to get the right information. You can get information everywhere. It has also never been easier to start your own business. You no longer need to invest a lot of capital. Do some soul searching and ask yourself what you are particularly good at. Once you have found an answer to this question, think about who you could help with this style. If you think carefully about this question, you will quickly realize that you can always sell your knowledge. You can do an online course or enrich companies with your knowledge. We have arrived in the age of services. Services are always linked to a wealth of knowledge. Take advantage of this and use your knowledge to create your own personal service. Also, set yourself a savings target. You should invest at least 10% of your salary each month. This 10% may seem very little at first, but if you take into account the sum that could arise after 7 years, for example, you will have accumulated a considerable amount. You should also consider the compound interest effect. Once you have fully understood these two things, you will have secured a decisive advantage. You will make your money work for you and build up a fortune. The fear of failure and the psychology of the masses. Why do some people manage to inspire the masses, while others can't even sell a product? Why are there such differences between different types of people? Quite simply, some people have the mental strength to achieve something while others do not. Fear should also be considered at this point. Many people find it difficult to do something uncertain because they are too afraid of failure. However, every single person has a fear of failure. Steve Jobs was also afraid of failure. If you have read his biography, you probably know that he was kicked out of his own company. This affected him emotionally. Feelings such as fear and diminished self-esteem come up faster than you might think. But fear did not dominate his life. After he was kicked out, he realized that he would be the boss of his company again at some point. The rest is history. Steve Jobs became the CEO of Apple again and changed the entire board. He introduced revolutions that no one could have dreamed of, and all because he refused to be defeated. Successful and rich people are usually the people who have failed the most in their lives. They failed with their first business or dropped out of university. But these people always had one thing in common. They had a clear vision of a future in which they had the success they wanted. This vision drove people to achieve something in their lives. This is the key difference that separates the successful people from the not-so-successful people. Do some soul-searching and ask yourself whether you have known the fear of failure from birth. The answer to this question will most likely be no. Most children are not afraid of failure. Just watch a child learning to walk. They fall down again and again, but they don't let it get them down. After falling down once, they don't ask themselves whether they could fail again. On the contrary, they have a clear attitude that they will not fail and carry on. This is anchored in children's subconscious. However, this attitude dissolves over the years. You will always find that certain things cause you anxiety, fear that you can't get rid of, and fear that can bring you to the end. When you learned to walk as a child, you took on full responsibility. Many people simply relinquish this responsibility over time. This is also the next tip for long-term success. If you trade on the stock market, you will notice time and again that countless people simply follow the trend. The greatest innovations have been achieved by not following the trend. So why do so many people still follow the trend today? The answer is quite simple. People have abdicated their responsibility. Nowadays, it is easier than ever to hand over responsibility. The German social security system provides really good protection. However, this protection often leads people to think that they no longer need to take as much responsibility for their own lives. If you fall into this trap, you fall into a real downward spiral. You won't be able to think entrepreneurially, nor will you be able to ensure that you really develop yourself. Avoid this trap and take full responsibility for your actions right from the start. You may have a tough time at the beginning, but it will definitely be worth it in the long run. You have all the strands in your hands, and you should take advantage of this. Regardless of whether you have to accept a loss or a gain, always take a learning with you. Successful and wealthy people are lifelong learners. Other people, however, only learn to get a job or complete their studies. We live in an age of knowledge. Knowledge on the entire planet is doubling at a rapid pace. So what happens if you stop learning at a certain point? Quite simply, your options in countless areas are severely limited. You no longer know what you can do. Your job opportunities will be limited. New professions are constantly emerging, so if you don't learn, you've as good as lost. Learning and dealing with responsibility is relatively easy to acquire. However, in order to really take on responsibility, you first have to get rid of your fear. Imagine the following situation. You are offered the opportunity to make a one-off investment. This investment brings you an unbeatable return. However, you have to pay in a large sum at the beginning, which is tied to the return over 5 years. If you are afraid now, you will miss out on a unique opportunity. The same applies to your profession. Imagine that you are to take over the management of a company, but now you don't feel up to the task and are afraid. This causes you to lose yourself. You don't take the job, and so you miss out on a unique opportunity. You won't see this opportunity again anytime soon, all because you don't know how to deal with fear. Successful people would take on any task and then familiarize themselves intensively with it. Because with the infinite sources of knowledge available today, you have a great advantage. You can educate yourself anytime and anywhere. If you have read between the lines, you will have already seen what the fear of failure destroys for you. Exactly, it destroys your own possibilities. These opportunities cannot be reproduced. In life, you will always have a limited number of opportunities. You will either be able to make use of them or not. If these opportunities slip through your fingers because of your fear, you have lost out. Many people want a better job or their own business. In order to realize this dream, you first have to take care of yourself. because success also means getting to know your own personality. This is the only way to ensure your long-term success. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. What do you think about the money now? You have now gained an initial insight into the history of money and should also understand why rich people have money and other people do not. Do you still think that money should not be talked about? Is money really such a negative factor in our lives? The answer to this question is no. Money is not a negative factor in our lives. On the contrary, people have made money a negative factor in their lives. The way we handle money has changed so that people blame capitalism. Yet capitalism is precisely the reason why so many people are able to live a good life. Imagine if the world were not capitalist. Because in principle, capitalism is not a bad form of economy. People's interpretation has led to a bad perception of capitalism. However, this does not have to be the case, because anyone can become wealthy. We live in the age of knowledge. With the right tools, you can market your own knowledge. The laws of the universe. Money alone is never enough to make you happy. Even rich people have realized this. A well-known example of this is John D. Rockefeller. Over the course of his life, he amassed a great deal of money. One day, he became very ill and had to go to hospital. He did not realize what was happening around him. It was only when he came face to face with death that he realized that life is not just about taking. Life consists of both giving and taking. He realized this after his serious illness and gave more than he could have dreamed of a few years ago. Steve Jobs also realized at the end of his life that he could have given even more. It won't do you any good to be rich on your own, because you will long for human values. Set yourself the following goal for the next year. Invest 10% of your income. However, this investment is not aimed at shares or other funds, but at people in need. You will increase your own money if you help. That's how the universe works, believe it or not. You should therefore simply follow this example and carry out the experiment. Within a few weeks, you will notice a change. This change will be reflected in your basic attitude. The gratitude of the people you help will return to you. You have probably already experienced it in a different way in your life. When you give something to someone, you are happier than when you receive a gift. But not only that. Basically, the joy is always greater when you do someone a favor and the person is happy. This is simply a basic human characteristic. The fact that one should not only take in the world is also anchored in numerous religions. In addition to Christianity, reference should be made here to Hinduism. In Hinduism, there is the basic idea of karma. What does karma actually mean, and how can you apply it? Karma is the basic idea that good things should be done in order to be reborn as a good person. Over time, this idea has not only become established in Hinduism, but is also practiced in many other societies. Look back at those circumstances in which you rejected a person or ignored them, even though they were in urgent need of help. You will realize that this situation came back to you one day. Another essential point is that all rich people want to give something back to the world. A prime example of this is Bill Gates. He has amassed a huge fortune over the years. However, over time he has become indifferent as to whether he can increase his fortune even more. He realized in his life that he had to give something back to humanity. Accordingly, he has set up a foundation. He wants to use it to donate almost his entire fortune to people in need. They will realize that wealth alone does not make them happy. Scientists have discovered that a certain income must be achieved in order to cover all needs. Once even these luxury needs have been met, people no longer have such a strong urge to earn even more money. The question that then arises is, what should you do with all the remaining money? Instead of spending it, it would be much nicer to make someone else happy with it. Human beings are naturally tied to social bonds. Accordingly, you should also allow these bonds to exist. You can try to lead a life in which you do nothing for your fellow human beings, but you will become increasingly unhappy over time. Don't believe this fact? Then you should try out two extreme examples. The first example is to ignore your entire environment. Try to ignore the people who are really close to you. After just a few days, you will notice that you become dissatisfied and unhappy. Now do exactly the opposite. Approach the people around you and talk to them. How do they react? You will be able to read the joy on the lips of those around you. If you only take, you will receive nothing from the world. However, if you give something first, the universe will be open to your wishes. Always make a small contribution, and you will be happier. Avoid the problem that many rich people have. These people have not learned that they also have to give something. You should avoid this problem at all costs and develop yourself personally. Money is not an essential aspect on the path to financial freedom. Much more important is the personal development that you undergo over time. Personal development is crucial on the path to becoming a true entrepreneur, because it is only when you build mental strength that you can make a difference in the world and withstand the situations and challenges you face on a daily basis. The financial intelligence. You have already read about this aspect in the previous sections, financial intelligence. But what does that mean? At school, you only learn how to work properly academically and how to develop in this way. But that is by no means all. After graduation, many people enter working life and don't know how the money system works. How can you save money if you don't know how the monetary system works? A simple, yet important question. To understand how the monetary system works, you need to learn the right techniques. Among other things, you should know how to invest money and how to increase it. First of all, it should be noted that the goal is not to look rich. On the contrary, the goal is to ensure that you have a fortune. Many people in this world fall into the consumer trap. The consumer trap is characterized by the fact that you buy more and more consumer goods that are not necessary for essential use. You should also bear in mind that today's world consists of a multitude of consumer goods. These goods cause you to lose yourself. What can help against this? Set yourself financial goals. With financial goals, you always have a decisive reason in mind as to why you are doing something. You should also make sure that financial goals will help you to meet your financial needs. To give you a better understanding of the example of financial intelligence, we will use several examples. Imagine that you have $1,000 at your disposal. What would you do with this money? A large number of people would spend this $1,000 on a consumer good. One example would be a new iPhone or another smartphone. However, you would also have the opportunity to build up your own small business with this money. This brings us back to the topic of fear. People tend to prefer to make a safe investment rather than take a small risk. However, this risk could pay off for them several times over in the long term, which they ignore. So how can you increase your financial intelligence? The following section describes 5 specific steps you can take to increase your financial intelligence. The first step is that you should save at every stage of your life. Whether you are a student or a trainee, set aside at least 10% of your income. Of course, it won't do you any good to save in a savings account. The interest rates are simply too low for that. You should make sure that you save money in a profitable way that you can invest later. This brings us to the second tip. You should never leave all the money you have saved in an account. What would happen to the money if there was a financial crisis? The money would lose value. To avoid this, you should invest your saved money elsewhere. Here, you should be prepared to take a higher risk. You can weigh up this risk at the beginning and then start an investment. The third tip is to draw up a sensible budget calculation. Write down both your expenditure and your income. How high are your expenses in relation to your income? How much money do you spend on consumption each month? These are key questions that you should and must address. Make a detailed financial plan to plan your expenditure and income. Now we come to the next step. How do you protect yourself? As you will see in the next chapter, today's pension is simply no longer enough. What do you do if you have to leave your job early? In such a case, your pension will not be enough. That's why you should start putting money aside as early as possible to protect yourself. Saving and investing is by no means enough. Look for a good way to provide for yourself in old age in the long term. What is worth more than the education and skills you have? Nowadays, it is important that you are able to adapt to new business situations and to realize your individual learned skills. To do this, you should always take care of your career and your education. At the end of the day, your education will always protect you, no matter what happens. Take steps to educate yourself early on. Learning is a lifelong process, and you should see it as such. You need to ask yourself what your market value is. Education drives up your market value, which is essential. With the right education and skills, you will have a huge advantage over your competitors and rivals. So invest in your education early to have great advantages in the long run. In addition to education, you should not avoid investing in your own personality. At the end of the day, mental strength will determine how well you cope in certain situations. If you ignore your mental strength, you will not be able to advance in your professional life. You should therefore invest in your own personality as early as possible. The world is evolving, and you should develop yourself in all possible areas accordingly. You need mental strength to make difficult decisions in your life. Work on this and reap the rewards of your work over time. How secure is the pension in Germany? Have you ever wondered how secure your pension is? You should consider this question if you want to plan for the long term. After all, it is not enough to build up assets. Short-term assets will not help you in the long term. That's why you should take care of your retirement provision early on. The standard solution when looking for a sensible solution is to take care of your pension. But how secure is a pension really? Have you ever heard of the term demographic change? This describes how many young people are available to finance the elderly. Of course, this is an abstract description of the actual term. However, the key point is that fewer and fewer young people in Germany are having to finance more and more older people. The number of older people is increasing due to significant developments in medicine. So in order for you to have a good pension in the future, there should also be more and more young people. But that is not the case. The pension system is therefore designed for the long term. It will change over the years or be abolished in favor of another system. Or you will have to work even longer than you do now. Experts also assume that the statutory pension scheme will face financial difficulties in just a few years. Analysts at the Bundesbank have come to this devastating conclusion. The Bundesbank's demand is quite simple. It wants the statutory retirement age to be raised. But be honest with yourself. Isn't it already far enough that you can only retire at 67? Do you really need to continue working? Many people refuse this demand, and that is understandable as working hours should be limited after a certain age. But let's move on from the Bundesbank's demands to the actual calculations. The Bundesbank has calculated that the contribution rate for pensions will increase from 18.6% to a total of 26% by 2070. This corresponds to a radical increase, and in addition, the federal subsidy will increase again by the same amount. There are also age forecasts that indicate that people are getting older and older. It is assumed that the average age in 2070 will be around 69 years and 4 months. But that is by no means all. The government has different opinions on raising the retirement age. However, many pensioners cannot live on their pension. Why is that? It's simple. They didn't have enough income, so they have to resort to a mini-job to earn some extra money on top of their pension. This is not exactly pleasant when you consider that pensioners are getting older and older. In addition, inflation should not be ignored at this point. If you have read the previous chapters carefully, then you already know that the money is not covered by an equivalent value. This aspect in turn means that even your pension is not secure. We always have inflation. At the moment, inflation in the euro is 2% per year. So if you add this up, you will be short of a considerable sum when you retire. But what happens if, for example, hyperinflation occurs again? You can no longer be covered by Social Security funds. In the event of hyperinflation, money becomes worth nothing nationwide. As a result, your pension will also be worth next to nothing. In such a case, you no longer have any alternatives. You have to go back to work full-time or keep your head above water until the hyperinflation is over. Nobody can tell you when this will be over. This is because nobody knows when hyperinflation can occur and when it will disappear again. The best thing for you to do is to start investing sensibly at an early stage. This will protect you from the risks of a global financial crisis. The kitchen cycle. The first theory is the kitchen cycle. If you have never had anything to do with the economy, this cycle will mean nothing to you. The kitchen cycle, named after the British economist Joseph Kitchen, is an economic theory explanation for short-term economic cycles that span a period of about 3 to 5 years. These cycles are often referred to as stock cycles or inventory cycles, as they are closely linked to fluctuations in companies' inventories and their investment behavior in relation to these inventories. At the heart of the kitchen cycle theory is the observation that companies tend to increase their inventories in times of economic expansion. This increase in inventory is in anticipation of a continuously growing demand for their products. Companies therefore invest more in production and warehousing in order to be able to deliver at all times and quickly meet potential market demand. This leads to a temporary economic upswing, characterized by higher production rates and increased economic activity. However, this phase of expansion eventually reaches a point where actual market demand can no longer keep pace with companies' optimistic expectations. Inventories begin to pile up as the goods produced are not sold to the extent expected. In this phase, companies take measures to correct their inventories. They reduce their production volumes and stop or slow down further investment in warehousing. This reduction in production activities leads to an economic downturn. Another important factor influencing the kitchen cycle is the availability and cost of credit. In periods of low interest rates and easy availability of credit, companies are more willing to invest in inventories and production, which increases expansion. However, rising interest rates and more restrictive lending can dampen companies' willingness to invest and accelerate economic contraction. In the contraction phase, when companies reduce their inventories, demand for raw materials and intermediate products falls, which in turn leads to a reduction in industrial activity. This leads to a slowdown in the economy as a whole. Only when inventories are reduced to a low level and market demand begins to rise again do companies see the need to replenish their stocks. This change initiates a new phase of expansion, and the cycle starts all over again. The kitchen cycle thus illustrates how short, recurring fluctuations in the economy, influenced by inventory strategies and credit conditions, shape the larger economic picture. Such cycles are an indispensable part of understanding economic dynamics and show how micro-decisions at the firm level can have macroeconomic effects. The juggler cycle. The juggler cycle, named after the French economist Clément Juglar, describes medium-term economic cycles with a duration of around 7 to 11 years. According to Juglar's findings, these cycles are primarily characterized by investment decisions and changes in companies' capital expenditure. The theory of the juggler cycle focuses on the fluctuations in investment activity that are influenced by changing economic conditions and expectations. In the expansion phase of a juggler cycle, companies see good opportunities to invest in production facilities, machinery, and other durable goods in times of economic growth. These investments are spurred on by a positive economic outlook and high demand for goods and services. Increased demand leads to higher profits, which in turn increases the willingness and ability of companies to invest in new projects. This process reinforces economic expansion, as new investments lead to additional production capacity and increased economic activity. Over time, however, this phase of expansion begins to slow down. One reason for this is that the markets become saturated and capacity utilization reaches a high level. Returns on new investments begin to fall as the additional production capacity can no longer be utilized as profitably. In addition, interest rates often rise during this phase as the demand for credit increases, and central banks may take action against signs of overheating in the economy. These higher financing costs make investments less attractive and lead companies to reduce their investment spending. This reduction in investment activity triggers the contraction phase in the juggler cycle. The decline in investment leads to a fall in production activity, which in turn results in a reduction in employment and consumption. This downward spiral is intensified by the falling demand for capital goods, which particularly affects those industries that specialize in the production of machinery and equipment. The contraction phase continues until the excess capacity has been reduced and the economy has stabilized. At the low point of the cycle, when investment activity has reached its lowest level and the economy is stagnating, companies gradually start to invest in new projects again. This often happens in conjunction with falling interest rates and improved economic conditions. The resulting new investments mark the start of a new phase of expansion, and the cycle begins again. The juggler cycle thus illustrates the importance of investment activity and financing costs for economic development. It shows how changes in expectations and economic conditions can lead to recurring fluctuations in economic activity. These cycles are longer term than the kitchen cycles and offer insights into the medium-term dynamics that characterize economic boom and bust phases. The Kuznets cycle. The Kuznets cycle, named after the Russian-American economist Simon Kuznets, describes long-term economic cycles with a duration of around 15 to 25 years. These cycles are also referred to as construction boom cycles, as they are closely linked to fluctuations in the construction industry and the associated investments in infrastructure and residential buildings. Kuznets discovered these cycles by analyzing extensive data on construction activity, population growth, and economic development. At the heart of the Kuznets cycle theory is the observation that periods of intense construction activity are often driven by long-term economic and demographic trends. At the beginning of such a cycle, strong population growth or significant urbanization can generate increased demand for housing and infrastructure. This leads to an increase in construction investment as both private and public sectors respond to meet the growing needs of the population. Increased construction activity entails a variety of economic activities, including the production of construction materials, the creation of jobs, and the promotion of services related to the construction sector. During this phase of expansion in a Kuznets cycle, the economy is experiencing strong growth driven by increased demand for construction projects and related economic activity. This leads to a general economic upswing, which is noticeable in various sectors. However, even this phase eventually reaches a point where construction activity peaks. This can be caused by market saturation or more difficult financing conditions. For example, when rising interest rates increase the cost of construction projects. When construction activity slows down, the economy enters the contraction phase of the Kuznets cycle. The decline in construction investment leads to a reduction in demand for building materials and labor, which has a negative impact on the economy. This downturn can be characterized by a general reduction in economic activity and falling employment in the construction sector. The phase of contraction continues until the excess capacity in the construction sector has been reduced and the economy has adapted to the new conditions. After a phase of economic stagnation or slight recovery, a new wave of expansion can begin, often triggered by new demographic trends or technological innovations that stimulate renewed demand for construction investment. This marks the beginning of a new Kuznets cycle, and the economic upturn picks up speed again. The Kuznets cycle illustrates the long-term economic fluctuations caused by fundamental changes in the population and investments in infrastructure. These cycles are longer term than the kitchen and juggler cycles and offer insights into the structural developments that shape the economic landscape over decades. Kuznets' work emphasizes the importance of the construction sector as a driver of long-term economic change and shows how demographic and infrastructural factors are closely linked. The Kondratiev cycle. The Kondratiev cycle, named after the Russian economist Nikolai Kondratiev, describes very long-term economic cycles with a duration of around 40 to 60 years. These cycles, also known as long waves, are characterized by profound technological and economic upheavals that change entire economic structures. Kondratiev identified several such cycles in modern economic history, with each wave characterized by significant technological innovations and their far-reaching economic impact. The Kondratiev cycle typically begins with a phase of innovation in which new technologies or fundamental scientific discoveries emerge. These innovations have the potential to fundamentally change production methods and create new industries. An example of this is the Industrial Revolution, which brought about a massive increase in productivity and profound social change through the introduction of steam power and mechanical looms. The innovation phase is followed by a phase of economic boom in which the new technologies are widely used. This spread leads to considerable economic growth as new industries are created and existing sectors are revolutionized. Increased productivity and the creation of new jobs drive the economic upturn. During this phase, companies invest heavily in the new technologies, leading to increased demand for capital and labor. After this boom phase, the economy enters a phase of saturation. The new technologies are widely used, and their initial productivity gains begin to stagnate. Competition increases, and the profits from the new technologies decrease. Companies reduce their investments as the expected returns decrease. This phase is often characterized by overproduction, falling profits, and rising unemployment. The next phase is the recession or depression, in which economic activity declines significantly. Companies have to restructure and many go bankrupt. Unemployment reaches high levels, and economic uncertainty increases. This phase can last several years and is often characterized by social and political unrest, as the effects of the economic slowdown are far-reaching. Finally, at the low point of the cycle, a recovery phase begins, often triggered by the development and introduction of new technologies that lay the foundations for the next Kondratiev cycle. These new innovations open up new economic opportunities and drive growth once again. Examples of such recovery phases are the introduction of electricity and the automobile in the early 20th century, or information technology, and the internet in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The Kondratiev cycle illustrates the profound and long-lasting impact of technological innovations on economic development. These long waves show how fundamental changes in technology and production methods can transform the entire economy over decades. Kondratiev's theory offers valuable insights into the structural changes and long-term trends that shape economic dynamics. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. The phases of the cycle. Now that you have learned about the various theories in detail, the 4 major phases will be described. You will then also understand why it is not so bad if the economy goes through one phase or another. Once you have understood these phases, you can use them again and again to visualize an economic cycle. The upswing. The first phase in every economic cycle is the upswing phase. In this phase, employment in the country increases, and therefore the gross national product also grows. It should be noted that an upswing is usually preceded by a crisis. This crisis has now been overcome and the economy is growing again, and, over time, more and more people have confidence in the economy. The numerous cost savings that were made during the last recession are now making themselves felt again. The banks are also cautiously raising interest rates. This is to protect against possible inflation. The slow increase in interest rates also ensures that the economy can grow slowly. The boom. The upswing is usually followed by the boom. During this phase, interest rates are at a high level, and share prices reach record highs. It is advisable not to buy shares during this phase. The reason for this is that companies will lose value again over time. As soon as a company's share value has reached a low point, this would be the ideal time to buy shares. However, forecasts in the boom phase are very optimistic, which leads to more and more investors buying shares. After a certain time, the first profit warnings appear in the news. If some shares are valued too highly at this point, you could also sell them. The downturn. Share sales accelerate and overall economic demand falls. People have become frightened after initial losses. It is precisely in such a phase that you should dispose of your shares that have performed well. If you wait too long, you will usually end up selling at the wrong time. You should avoid this at all costs, and therefore make sure from the outset that you get rid of the shares at a certain point in time. The recession. Last but not least, a recession occurs. Sentiment has reached a real low. The stock market falls completely, and the gross domestic product, which is an economic indicator, has also fallen. Numerous companies are cutting staff, which in turn is reflected in the labor market. In addition, the number of bankruptcies is growing, and there is no longer any enthusiasm for shares. Another important aspect is that central bank interest rates are falling, and may continue to fall until they have bottomed out. If you are familiar with an economic cycle, you should buy shares again during this phase. This is because these shares will perform well again, allowing you to sleep on profits. Every year again. During the last financial crisis, many people panicked. However, this reaction is not absolutely necessary if you have studied the phases of an economic cycle in detail. It is inevitable that there will always be recessions. In such times, it is crucial to take prudent and well-thought-out measures. Experienced and successful investors often use recessions as buying opportunities, as they know that every crisis is followed by a phase of economic recovery. These investors keep a cool head in turbulent times and make decisions based on rational thought rather than fear or panic. If you panic, you've lost from the start. Instead, you should try to analyze the current economic cycle soberly and objectively. By gaining a deep understanding of economic relationships and cycles, you can develop strategies that will ensure your long-term success. A systematic approach based on sound knowledge and rational decision-making will help you to take the right steps even in difficult economic times. In this way, you can ensure that you not only survive the crises, but also emerge from them stronger. In addition to the typical economic cycles, you should also be prepared for extreme economic events, such as hyperinflation and currency reforms. Hyperinflation, extremely high and usually out-of-control inflation, can drastically reduce the value of savings and income. In such scenarios, it is important to invest in valuable assets, such as real estate, precious metals, or inflation-linked bonds that can better retain their value. Currency reforms, where an existing currency is replaced by a new one, can also cause significant economic upheaval. Such reforms are often undertaken to stop hyperinflation or restore confidence in the currency. Here, too, it is important to remain flexible and informed in order to make the necessary adjustments in good time. By being fully prepared and understanding both normal economic cycles and extreme economic events, you can build a robust and adaptable financial system. This knowledge will help you make informed decisions in both times of crisis and periods of growth. The economic forecast. What can we learn from the past? Many people underestimate how strongly the economy is linked to historical events. What has happened in the past will repeat itself in a similar form. It is therefore almost certain that phases of recession will occur again in the future. Admittedly, conditions are different in some respects in the present, particularly due to numerous innovations. Today, we are seeing significant advances in areas such as environmental technology, autonomous driving, and comprehensive healthcare systems. There are also groundbreaking developments in biotechnology that have the potential to fundamentally change the economy. However, these trends not only bring opportunities, but also economic risks. Any new technology or system can be susceptible to market volatility, regulatory challenges, and social acceptance issues. An awareness of these risks is crucial in order to prepare for potential economic turbulence. Another important aspect of the modern economy is human capital. At a time when knowledge and individual skills are becoming increasingly important, human capital is the key to achieving economic success. The economy is increasingly focusing on the individual and the knowledge that a person has acquired over time. This shift towards a knowledge-based economy means that companies and economies that invest in education and training are better equipped for the future. Taking these aspects into account, economic developments remain dynamic and open, but the basic economic cycle will always repeat itself. Knowledge of these cycles and the ability to react flexibly to changes are crucial for long-term economic success. By learning from the past and understanding current trends, we can be better prepared to meet the challenges of the future. Demography and the future of development. Demography has been mentioned repeatedly in the previous chapters. However, none of the previous chapters have dealt with demography itself. What demography is and how it will influence developments in the future will be discussed in this chapter. Demography is a word derived from the Greek. Demos stands for the people and graph for writing. In a figurative sense, it also stands for description. If you look at this pair of terms, it quickly becomes clear what the core topic of demography is: the description of the population. This description includes the development of the population structure. What do demographers do? Demographers study the changes in the current structure of society. Among other things, they try to find out what the current birth rates are. In addition, the age distribution is analyzed, and it is looked at how many people are emigrating or immigrating. Demographic research also examines how the proportion of women and men in a country is distributed. Another key point is that the age of the people is examined. In addition to age, the proportion of foreigners and the countries from which the respective residents immigrate are examined more closely. In addition to immigration, emigration is also analyzed. Specifically, this means the countries to which people emigrate from the respective country. These numerous changes, developments, and also trends for the future are summarized under the generic term demographic change. The population pyramid is a form of representation that can be used to show the gender distribution and age structure in a country. The origin of the term can be traced back to the fact that Germany was still shaped like a pyramid around half a century ago. What does that mean? The shape of a pyramid indicates that there were many births and only a few old people. In today's society, however, there are few young people and many old people. Birth rates are falling, while medical care and the age of the population continue to rise. In addition to the pyramid, there are three other shapes that characterize the age structure. The bell, for example, indicates that the number of births remains stable, and the structure of the actual population hardly changes. When the shape of an urn is formed, this indicates that births are decreasing. The decrease in births means that the population is shrinking. In the case of a leaf, this means that there are hardly any more births. As soon as an age structure has taken on the shape of a leaf, you should start to worry. In this case, the population may even disappear completely. This should be avoided at all costs. It should be noted that this age structure is not a 100% reflection of reality. Ultimately, it is a model that is used to make reality less tangible. For example, people can die as a result of epidemics or disasters. Just look at the past. Accordingly, when considering such models, you should always focus on the fact that they are not so simple. You should also bear in mind that unexpected events can change the whole reality. Just think of the wave of refugees, which has led to enormous population growth in Germany. The specialist areas of demography. The specialist areas of demography have already been briefly outlined in the last chapter. Population structure is a major subject area. This describes how certain groups are made up and the characteristics that distinguish them from one another. In addition to this, a distinction is made between spatial and natural population movements. Migration falls under spatial population movement, while birth falls under natural population movement. A key issue that also plays a decisive role in the economic spectrum is population development and distribution. In the future, an economic dilemma may well arise because pensions can no longer be covered. The analysis always focuses on one country. This allows a realistic picture to be created. Current social developments are always set in relation to past social developments. This ensures that developments in the country as a whole can be illustrated with reference to the past, and results can be drawn from this. In addition to the state as the object of study, there are also models that show the demographic development of an entire continent or the world. These models are, of course, much more comprehensive than models that only refer to one country. It should also be borne in mind that the models that refer to a country form the basis. This basis ensures that the various models of all countries in the world can be combined, and thus a model for the world can be created. Germany is characterized by a low birth rate, while Asian countries in particular, such as China or India, are characterized by a high birth rate. If you look at the whole spectrum, it quickly becomes clear that there are countries that complement each other well in terms of their birth rates, and also countries that do not complement each other well. You have now learned the basics of demography, which will now be considered in an economic context. Demography in Germany. What is the actual trend in Germany? Researchers say that the distribution of different age groups in Germany is more like a kebab skewer than a sensible demographic trend. Research also shows that there are many more women than men in old age. As a rule, women live longer than men, and secondly, this effect is reinforced by the fact that many men died in the Second World War. The current situation is that rising birth rates are fading again. However, the trend of shrinking births will not be so easy to stop. How can this problem be solved? More workers are needed to finance a comfortable retirement. To achieve this, the attractiveness of births should be increased by law. Another advantage would be that migrants in Germany would increase the number in the overall population. This, in turn, ensures that many people can continue to develop and that pensions can be financed for more people. These two possibilities exist to ensure that pensions can be financed in the future. Because one thing is certain, the current pension system is characterized by the fact that young people support the elderly. If this is no longer the case, the system can quickly collapse. In order to ensure reasonable support from young people, it is important that there is a relatively good proportion of young people compared to a proportion of old people. Demography in Europe. Now you have seen how the population figures in Germany are developing. That doesn't sound so rosy. But what is the trend in Europe? In Europe, numerous cities and regions are constantly reorganizing themselves. In concrete terms, this means that there are regions and cities that are constantly losing inhabitants. At the same time, however, there are also regions that are booming and always have an increasing number of inhabitants. For example, it can be said that development in eastern Germany is progressing rapidly. The infrastructure is being built up, and more people are moving to these cities than one might initially expect. However, this positive development in one area of Europe should not be misleading. Spain, for example, has a huge problem. Spain is currently experiencing a population decline. Of course, more and more refugees are coming to Spain, but some of them are not living in the country legally, so they cannot be counted as part of the population. Many Spaniards have emigrated to France or Germany as a result of the economic crisis of the past decade. However, there are also regions in Spain that are experiencing population growth. These regions include the cities of Barcelona, Bilbao, and Madrid. Researchers have found that these cities are experiencing positive population growth. One of the reasons for this is that people from Germany or France, for example, are moving to Madrid. Researchers in Europe also speak of a so-called Bacon Belt effect. This means that the surrounding areas of large cities in a country grow faster than the large cities themselves. At the same time, however, the population in rural regions is falling. This leads to the formation of large conurbations on the one hand, and the creation of open spaces that are simply not used on the other. In some cases, metropolitan areas and former villages are growing together. The effect of urbanization is being applied across the board. The development in Europe remains to be seen, but the current indications are that even more conurbations will form in the future. It may no longer be possible to serve these areas, which could result in a sharp drop in demand. Researchers are also assuming that this will have a major impact on economic development in a country or economic zone. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. Demographics in the United States of America. The USA is characterized by a remarkable demographic diversity, which is the result of its long history of immigration and ethnic diversity. With around 331 million inhabitants, as of 2020, the United States is one of the most populous countries in the world. Although the rate of population growth is slowing, the population continues to increase, due in particular to migration and higher birth rates in certain ethnic groups. The ethnic composition of the USA is diverse and complex. Non-Hispanic whites make up around 60% of the population, while people of Hispanic or Latino origin account for around 18.5%, making them the largest and fastest-growing minority. African Americans make up around 13.4% of the population, Asians around 5.9%, and indigenous peoples around 1.3%. In addition, the number of people who identify as multiracial is rising steadily. The age structure of the USA shows that around 22.3% of the population is under 18 years old. About 61% are of working age between 18 and 64, and about 16.5% of the population is 65 or older, a number that is growing due to the aging baby boomer generation. More than 80% of Americans live in urban areas, with large metropolitan areas such as New York City, Los Angeles, and Chicago being particularly populous. The U.S. is a major destination for immigrants from around the world, and about 13.7% of the population is foreign-born. There are also significant migration flows within the country, often from northern states to the south and west, driven by economic opportunity and a better quality of life. In terms of educational attainment, over 90% of Americans have a high school diploma, and about 34% have a bachelor's degree or higher. Economically, about 10.5% of the population lives below the poverty line, with poverty rates varying among different ethnic groups. Income inequality is relatively high compared to other industrialized countries. In terms of religion, around 65% of Americans identify as Christian, with Protestantism, Catholicism, and Evangelicalism being the largest denominations. Other religions, such as Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism, are also represented. Approximately 26% of the population claim to be non-religious or atheist agnostic. These demographic characteristics of the USA are dynamic and constantly changing due to factors such as migration, birth rates, and social developments. Demography in China. China's demographic structure is characterized by an enormous population, impressive economic growth, and a series of political measures that have influenced population development. With a population of around 1.4 billion people as of 2020, China is the most populous country in the world. Population growth has slowed considerably in recent decades, mainly due to the decades-long one-child policy and the recent trend towards two- and three-child policies. China's ethnic composition is relatively homogeneous compared to many other countries. The Han Chinese make up about 91% of the population, making them the dominant ethnic group. However, there are 55 recognized ethnic minorities that make up about 9% of the population. The largest of these minorities include the Zhuang, Hui, Manchu, Uyghur, and Tibetans, who live in different regions of the country and have their own cultural and linguistic identities. The age structure of China shows that around 17% of the population is under 14 years old, while around 70% is of working age between 15 and 64. The proportion of the population aged 65 or over is around 13%. This aging population represents a growing challenge for the country's social system and economy. A remarkable proportion of the Chinese population lives in urban areas, with an urbanization rate of around 60%. Major cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen are important centers for business, culture, and politics, and attract millions of people. Rural-urban migration has led to rapid growth in the urban population in recent decades, as many people have moved from the countryside to the cities in search of better economic opportunities and living conditions. In terms of education, over 90% of the population has completed elementary school, and the literacy rate is over 95%. The number of people with higher education is steadily increasing, which contributes to a more qualified workforce. Economically, a significant proportion of the population lives in relative prosperity, but there are still significant income disparities between urban and rural areas and between different regions of the country. The poverty rate has fallen dramatically in recent decades, but social inequalities persist. From a religious perspective, China is officially an atheist country and religious freedom is restricted. However, traditional Chinese religions such as Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism continue to have a significant cultural influence. There are also followers of Christianity and Islam in China, although religious activities are strictly regulated. These demographic characteristics of China are dynamic and subject to constant change due to political measures, economic developments, and social trends. Demography in India. India's demographic structure is characterized by a huge population, great ethnic and cultural diversity, and rapid economic growth. With a population of around 1.4 billion people as of 2020, India is the second most populous country in the world and is expected to overtake China in the near future. Population growth is high, even if it has slowed somewhat in recent years. India's ethnic composition is extremely diverse. There are numerous ethnic groups and tribes in the country, with the largest groups being the Indo-Aryans and the Dravidians. India also has a significant number of indigenous peoples, the Adivasis, who live in different parts of the country. This ethnic diversity is reflected in the variety of languages and dialects spoken in India. The country has 22 officially recognized languages, including Hindi and English, the two official languages of the central government. India's age structure shows that around 27% of the population is younger than 14, which indicates a young population. Around 67% of the population is of working age between 15 and 64 years, while around 6% of the population is 65 years or older. This demographic distribution presents India with both challenges and opportunities, particularly in terms of education and employment. A significant proportion of India's population lives in rural areas, although the level of urbanization is steadily increasing. Approximately 35% of the population lives in urban areas, with metropolitan cities such as Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore being major economic and cultural centers. Urbanization is driven by rural-urban migration, as many people seek better job opportunities and living conditions in the cities. In terms of educational attainment, about 74% of the population has basic reading skills, and the literacy rate continues to increase. Participation in education has increased, especially among young people, with the government implementing various programs to promote education. Economically, many people in India live in relative prosperity, but there are still significant income disparities between urban and rural areas and between different regions of the country. Despite sustained economic growth and a declining poverty rate, social inequality remains a significant challenge. From a religious perspective, India is a multi-religious country with a wide variety of faiths. Hinduism is the dominant religion and is practiced by around 79% of the population. Islam is the second largest religion and is practiced by around 14% of the population. Other important religions are Christianity, Sikhism, Buddhism, and Jainism. This religious diversity is reflected in the cultural and social structure of the country. These demographic characteristics of India are dynamic and subject to constant change due to factors such as population growth, urbanization, economic developments, and social trends. Demography in the rest of the world. What are the demographic trends in the rest of the world? An analysis of the world's population has revealed the following. The population is getting older not only in Germany, but throughout the world. The birth rate continues to fall and life expectancy is increasing. The proportion of people over 65 in the world as a whole is expected to rise to 15.6% by 2050. In 2010, this figure was still 7.7%. In concrete terms, this means that the overall figure will double within 40 years. Poverty in developing countries is a major problem. With the current development in the world, it may not be possible to solve this problem completely. This is because population development and population growth vary from region to region. Problems such as poverty, the destruction of the environment, and violent conflicts are closely linked to the increase in population figures. Compared to the EU, Germany looks very old as birth rates are very low. When analyzing demographic trends around the world, it was found that only in Europe are population figures falling. 44% of all people in the world are under the age of 25. Population figures are rising rapidly in all continents except Europe. The Max Planck Institute has carried out an analysis in this regard. In their analysis, the researchers came to the conclusion that the economic crisis has reduced the birth rate many times over. Another study has shown that high unemployment in a country has a direct impact on the birth rate. In particular, Europeans under the age of 25 postpone the desire to have a child. However, a distinction should also be made here that family policy or job security can have a different relationship. This always depends on the country. Unemployment lowers the birth rate the most in Southern Europe, The outlook for economic development. Basically, the development of a population is always directly linked to economic development. For an economy to grow, you need low unemployment and at the same time, a good demographic distribution of the different population groups. As mentioned in the previous chapters, pensions in Germany, for example, are on the brink of collapse. But that is by no means all. It should also be mentioned that people in Germany will not be able to look after the elderly. The future leaves many questions unanswered. In order to really keep up economically, it will therefore be all the more important to build up several pillars of your own. Confidence in state aid is dwindling, as the future can no longer guarantee it. The way to financial freedom. You will probably have heard of the financial one. Many people live this dream and not without reason. If you really don't want to be tied to a certain place anymore and want to live the life that makes you truly happy, there is usually no way around financial freedom. First of all, financial freedom can be different for each person. For example, one person simply wants to earn USD 2,000 per month passively, while another person wants to have $1 million USD in their account. Each person defines the feeling of freedom differently, and accordingly it depends on the individual to what extent they define their financial freedom. However, some things can be ruled out from the outset. For example, financial freedom does not mean that you are financially dependent on another person. Take the following example. You are in an employment relationship. No matter how much money you earn, you are in a relationship of dependency. This is simply because you are now dependent on your employer and you are reliant on the salary they pay you every day. In addition to this dependency, you can also be dependent on the state. If you receive social benefits, for example, then you build up a dependency on the state. In addition to being dependent on the state, you can also become financially dependent on your partner. Why is such dependency dangerous? If you want to find the answer to this question, you don't really need to look far. Ask yourself what you would do if this source of income were to disappear. What measures could you take to really get back on solid ground? As a rule, you have no other sources of income and may even have to go to the job center. If you are employed on a permanent contract, it is generally assumed that you can stay in your job. But who can actually guarantee that you will still be able to fill the position in your company next month? A company can go bankrupt in the blink of an eye without employees noticing. In addition, there are always job cuts, so it is well worth living financially free. To minimize the risk associated with financial dependency, you should make sure that you take your finances into your own hands. In Germany, it is becoming increasingly common for people to abdicate their responsibility. They hand over their responsibility and don't know how to behave in a situation where they have to take care of their own success. So, if you want to minimize this risk of complete dependency, you should take back responsibility for your own income. Take control of your finances and make sure that you, and not someone else, take care of your income. But how exactly do you do this? In principle, there are countless ways to achieve financial freedom. The internet has not only created a mass medium, it has also created many new business opportunities. You can, of course, take advantage of these business opportunities. It depends on you whether you can take the risk at the beginning or not. At the end of the day, it always depends on your own psyche whether you can cope with certain situations or not. If you learn over time how to control your psyche, you can also live financially free and independent. There are 3 different ways in which you can live financially free. The first option is to build up a passive income stream. What does this mean, and what characterizes such an income? Everyone wants to earn money, but earning money alone is not enough. You need to know how to earn money in the right way. You should not be paid for your time, but for the value you create. So you want to earn as much money as possible with as little effort as possible. If you are pursuing this goal, then the magic word is passive income. This term is characterized by the fact that you can earn money without having to put in a lot of effort. An example can show you how the whole thing works. Let's assume that you are a freelance trainer. She is paid per hour in a fitness studio. She doesn't get paid if she doesn't work with the client. That makes sense. So she will hardly ever succeed in building up a large income. However, if this trainer were to decide to make YouTube videos, the whole situation would change. In this case, she would earn her money by making videos and having them viewed by visitors. This would result in her receiving payment without actually being present. How does that work? It's simple. She has set up a system with which she can always earn money. Platforms such as YouTube or Instagram are always online, so it's no problem at all to earn money via these platforms 24 hours a day. The most profitable thing about her new business is that she can scale it up as much as she wants. There is no limit that specifies the maximum limit that can be reached. On the contrary, the business can be scaled up immeasurably. In this case, many people will usually say that the risk is far too high. But let's assume that you are absent from work for a month due to illness. What would that lead to? Quite simply, you might no longer be able to do your actual job. You would have to cut back or leave the company. You no longer have this risk if you become self-employed and ensure that you build up your own income. This is one way to achieve financial freedom. The next option is that you can save money, save money. Many will probably frown at this point, and understandably so. With the low interest rates on offer these days, you might think that saving is not worth it. However, there are other ways to save money besides call money and fixed-term deposit accounts. Albert Einstein already pointed out the enormous effect of compound interest. Accordingly, you should not underestimate how easily you can build up a fortune with saved money. The risk is low if you choose the right strategy. However, you should not misunderstand saving money. Many people assume that you have saved money if you have bought something on sale. Let's take the following example. You buy a shoe for 150 USD in the sale, which would normally have cost 200 USD. In the end, however, you have spent 150 USD. If you had saved this 150 USD, this money would be reflected in your assets over time. The third way to effectively increase your money is to invest rationally. What does that mean? Ultimately, you have to invest your money so that it multiplies. You can work for money, but that is not as efficient. However, if you make your money work for you, it is more than efficient. Pick the sensible investment strategies and combine them with each other. Ask yourself the following question for every expenditure you want to make. If you buy a car, for example, will it earn you interest? The answer to this question will most likely be no, which is understandable. If you buy real estate, it can certainly earn you interest. Of course, the initial investment is much higher with real estate, but ultimately it's always about the return you can achieve. The forms of investment that exist, and how you can use them to your advantage, will be explained in detail later in the book. Use knowledge and increase income. How do you market yourself properly these days? We have now arrived in an age where knowledge is worth more than anything else. If you have the right employees in your company, it can grow very quickly. Accordingly, you can also offer your knowledge in the form of a service. How can this be done in concrete terms? Quite simply, assume that you have acquired a certain IT skill. You can write complex programs in a programming language, execute them, and define conclusions based on them. This skill can be marketed very quickly. You could now take your acquired knowledge and offer it to other companies and service providers. They benefit from the fact that you may receive a new program or software that you can use directly in your company. Now you have your skill and can put it to use. Of course, this should be done on a self-employed basis, as you want to remain financially independent. Accordingly, you should think about which platforms you will use to market your skill right from the start. Have you heard of digital info products? Many people use digital info products to market a particular skill or set of knowledge. Digital info products are very versatile and can be used just about anywhere. However, you should pay attention to the format in which you offer your info products. There are numerous variants that you can use. The most common format is probably videos, which you simply watch and explain the entire content there. This is a very simple and effective way to use digital info products. In addition to digital info products, you can also write down your own knowledge in an ebook. Write your own ebook in which you bundle all your knowledge. You can sell this knowledge to other people for a very low price. While they are happy about the additional knowledge they can acquire, you have the advantage of being able to enjoy an additional income stream. When marketing your own knowledge, however, you should pay attention to fundamental aspects. It is important that you make sure that your knowledge also offers the user added value. As a rule, you need to be an expert in order to impart knowledge to users. If you have this expert position, then you have become very knowledgeable in a particular subject area. This will help you to market your own knowledge. However, you should also make sure that your content is always up to date. Nowadays, all the knowledge on the planet doubles every 3 years. This also means that you need to continuously educate yourself. If you want to market your knowledge, you simply cannot lose your position as an expert in a particular field. This point determines whether or not you can generate an income with your knowledge in the long term. It is relatively easy to launch a digital info product on the market. There are numerous providers who can help you realize your dream. However, if you lack the basic skills, then it becomes difficult. You need to fulfill the requirement of standing out from the crowd in one particular thing. Then you can effectively bring exactly this skill to numerous users on the internet. Active or passive income. The difference between active and passive income has already been briefly described in the introduction to this chapter. In this subchapter, the explicit advantages and disadvantages of both types of income will be explained. The advantages of passive income are obvious. It allows you to take care of your retirement provision yourself. It can no longer be denied that there will be a gap in your pension cover. It therefore makes sense to build up a passive income at an early stage. The higher the interest on your income, the better it is for your pension. You no longer need to restrict your standard of living and can ensure that you have built up a stable income stream for your pension within a very short time. The next point is one of the most decisive. You have more free time and flexibility. You often hear people say that work eats up all their time. This is perfectly understandable, which is why it can be useful to have a passive income stream. You can work less and sometimes even stop working altogether. In addition, you no longer use your manpower to realize other projects. You use your manpower exclusively to realize your dreams and goals. In addition to free time and flexibility, the focus is on scalability. Why is that? Take your salary, for example. Take a close look at it and ask yourself whether you can really scale your salary. As a rule, you will answer no to this question. This is the major disadvantage of an active income. With a passive income, things look a little different. First of all, you decouple the working time from the income itself. Passive sources of income require a lot of work at the beginning, but this effort levels off over time. That's why you shouldn't let it get you down at the beginning if you have to do more work. Keep working, and your investment will pay off over time. These are the advantages of passive income. It is not so easy to find disadvantages for passive income. However, a few things can be identified. For example, it can be said that social acceptance is not so good. If you imagine the image of society, you will quickly realize this. Society assumes that you should already be thinking about a permanent position in your mid-20s. However, permanent employment does not make you independent. But if you tell your friends and family that you want to start something at a young age, the result will be that your family members will think you're crazy and would prefer to have nothing more to do with you. Furthermore, you may even be labeled as lazy and antisocial. The reason for this is that society believes that building up a passive income stream does not involve work. Another disadvantage could be work-life balance. Many people do not want to give up their job immediately when they become self-employed. The employer must therefore agree to you building up a passive income stream. It should also be ensured that you are not overworked. If your job does not suffer as a result of your entrepreneurial endeavors, you can carry out these endeavors without any problems. The employer has no right to prohibit you from building up a passive income stream from the outset. In the worst case, it can also lead to a gap in your CV. This is very easy to explain. Numerous people start their own business and are not patient enough. Just when they are on the verge of a breakthrough, they throw in the towel. This is not a good solution, because it shows on your CV. If instead you make sure that you build a truly profitable company, then that is an aspect to highlight on your CV. At the end of the day, whether or not you can build a strong business and a strong passive income stream depends on your mindset. You need to make sure that you continue to develop and grow your income. Last but not least, some people are also afraid of the hard work involved in building up passive income. At this point, you should consider the following calculation. Is it really worth working for the same employer for 40 years to realize their goals? As a rule, no. But it is worth making sure that you achieve your own goals with your work. Countless people ignore this aspect, because at the end of the day, you will work less when building a passive income stream than you would if you were employed. Short-term or long-term commitment? This is a crucial question, as not both paths necessarily lead to success. Let's start with the short-term commitment. In this case, you only invest your manpower in building up a new income stream for a limited period of time. Whether this will lead to success remains fundamentally open. You should therefore not set yourself a limit when building up a passive income stream. You may experience a breakthrough after the first month, but the process may also take time. For example, you may not experience a breakthrough until after the 4th or 6th month. Accordingly, you should stay on the ball and refrain from short-term commitment. But what about the long-term commitment? At this point, Elon Musk should be taken as an example. These people always seem out of reach for the average Joe, but they are not. All you have to do is understand the path that successful people have taken. In Elon Musk's case, this life path is special. He started building up a wide variety of companies at a very early stage. After successfully selling his shares in PayPal, he turned his attention to Tesla. As Tesla and SpaceX did not bring the desired success, he almost went bankrupt. The only thing that saved him was an investment he made a few years ago. The results of his long-term commitment are particularly visible at SpaceX. The company is recording good sales figures, ensuring that Musk has a good source of income. Of course, it will depend on whether or not you can survive difficult times. Everyone encounters difficult times on their way to self-employment, which are initially difficult to overcome. Over time, however, you can also overcome these times and ensure that you grow. It is not enough to be intelligent. Intelligent people can build up a good income stream, but intelligence is not the deciding factor. What really matters is whether you can survive a dry spell. Do you really have what it takes to stick with a long-term commitment? You should ask yourself this question explicitly. This is the only way to find out whether you should really prepare yourself for the path of self-employment or not. It will by no means be an easy path, but it will be worth it in the end. You shouldn't give up after a month or a year, because you will learn many new things over time. After a year, you could therefore already have found the right adjustments. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. Invest or speculate. Investing or speculating, what is the difference anyway? If you were to ask your friends, they would tell you that there is no difference. For many people, investing means speculating. They don't even realize that these are two different terms. Speculating is always short-term. This means that the development of a share price should only be predicted for a short period of time. You don't need to be very good at speculating to be successful. You simply need luck to speculate successfully. Nobody can predict market movements, even if there are some gurus on the internet who claim to do just that. So much can change in a short-term time frame. You don't know what could happen to a share price in the next moment. You also have to imagine that as a small investor, you are always on the short end of the stick. The big investors are usually the ones who have information about the various large corporations. Accordingly, they also make sure that they make the right investments. Among other things, this can lead to market manipulation. If you speculate as a small investor, you usually have a big problem. In such a case, you should only invest play money. Investing is a completely different matter. This approach is much more difficult to implement using technical resources. In addition, the approach is different with this approach. Investing means, for example, that you assess the price level of a particular share at the current time. How can you do that? Quite simply, there are numerous indicators that will tell you whether the price level of a stock is okay or not. You don't necessarily have to hit high or low points. You just need to be able to make an informed decision based on your information as to whether or not it is worth investing in a particular stock at a particular price level. While speculating is about short-term profits, investing is always about long-term profits. If you want to go into the stock market and expect to make a quick buck from it, you will have to bite the bullet for better or worse. After all, you can't make quick money. However, many people do not want to admit this. This brings us back to the mental attitude. You will only be able to make profits on the market if you really think long-term. A short-term mindset will lead to a rude awakening on the market, which you should avoid at all costs. Only very few people have built up a fortune through speculation. If you take a closer look at these people, you will notice another crucial aspect. These people have had a lot of luck, but you want to build up something that is independent of luck. You should invest rather than speculate. If you look at large companies such as Apple, for example, they have also invested over a long period of time. For most people, it seems as if these companies have grown to the size they are today overnight. However, this is not the case at all. Therefore, always make sure that you invest in your future investments. By far, the best investment is still in your own education. Your own education never goes to waste and forms a crucial income component in your portfolio. The practical guide to your first million. What does a practical guide to your first million look like? It's easier than you might think. First of all, you should make sure that you set aside around 10% of your monthly income. Why should you do this? Quite simply, if you don't set aside a monthly amount of your income, you could have a problem. Studies have shown that people spend their entire income if they don't set a limit. So make sure from the outset that you set aside a certain percentage of your income. Let's assume that you have a net salary of $2,000. Now set aside around 10% of your income. That's $200, or a total of $2,400 per year. You could now invest this money to set up your own business. The easiest way to do this is to set up your own business and reinvest the profits you make from this business. This allows you to take advantage of the compound interest effect several times over. However, many people try to invest their money directly, which can be detrimental. Avoid the disadvantages of investing too early and build up several income streams first. Once this is done, you can start investing in the stock market, and within 10 years you could have made your first million. To do this, however, you should also cultivate a frugal lifestyle. But what is frugalism anyway? What is frugalism? Frugalism is a special way of life. You simply no longer spend your money the way you would actually spend it. Quite the opposite. You save every dollar and invest it. Why do you do this? Frugalists have understood a certain concept in their lives. It is that money can only increase if you invest it. In order to achieve this without any problems, they have dedicated themselves to exactly one goal: maximizing their income through numerous investments. Naturally, a minimalist lifestyle is preferred. This is not necessarily for everyone, but it may not be a bad idea to resort to frugalism in the meantime. In order to explain the concept of frugalism, minimalism must therefore always be explained first. Minimalism is actually a very simple lifestyle. People who live a minimalist life do without all the benefits. They don't go on vacation as often and don't have the biggest house. The aim of this lifestyle is actually quite simple: to live with the simplest of means in order to save money and ultimately have fewer worries. It is enough for these people to have a simple apartment. Furthermore, they do not need large luxury furniture or the like. This aspect is crucial when it comes to the minimalist lifestyle. Frugalists take advantage of this way of life to put even more capital into their investments. The goal of most frugalists is quite simple. They dream of financial independence. They want to be able to retire at the age of 30 or 40 and then live off the money they have already put aside. Frugal is a technical term that simply means modest. Many people in Germany live this way. It is one way to break out of the hamster wheel. However, it should be borne in mind that not everything is so simple. You can break out of the hamster wheel, but you should be aware that it is a long road. Frugalists start minimizing their costs as early as possible in order to save even more money. Learn from frugalists and get your first million. This point is designed to help you find your way into investing. Learn from frugalists and put it into practice. You are probably wondering which well-known frugalists there are. In this regard, it can be said that there are numerous well-known frugalists. These include Warren Buffett, among others. Why? Quite simply, he not only recognized the compound interest effect very early on, but was also aware that he wanted to reinvest every cent. He thus formed his own little snowball. Over time, this snowball got rolling more and more, which ultimately led to it waking up quickly and growing exponentially. These are fundamental aspects that emerge from Buffett's investments. Another fundamental aspect is that he was able to reconcile it with his family. But not only that, he earned his first million and still didn't change his lifestyle. He knew that he could grow even more with his first million. That's why it can be all the better if you formulate your goals in concrete terms right from the start. This will ensure that you really have a foundation to work with. A frugalist would not allow the profits from investments to be distributed. This brings us back to the aspect of risk. The risk you take will pay off sooner or later. You should always keep this in mind. You should reinvest the profits to promote your growth. Now we come to another point with which you can give your investments that extra boost. This point is that you should always invest additional amounts. How can you do this? Quite simply. First of all, take a look at what you earn each month. Now you will have fixed costs every month. These fixed costs include rent on the one hand and perhaps car costs on the other. This brings us to the first point where you could save costs. If your rent is too high, for example, you could look for a smaller apartment. Ask yourself directly what added value this decision would bring you. The added value here is obvious. You can invest more money in the market by paying less rent in a smaller apartment. You are spending several $100s a month on your consumption, then you are doing something wrong. Here you can return to the question posed earlier. What will get you closer to your goal? In this case, too, you will quickly find the answer. You should reduce your costs. If you reduce your spending on consumption, which is definitely possible, you will again have some dollar that you can invest. As you can see, there is a lot you can take away from frugalism. One thing is certain. We live in a world today where consumerism is too prominent. We spend money on things that we don't actually need. This is the mistake that many people make. If you want to invest, you should start by looking at your personal accounts. You will be able to save a lot of money with just a few measures. And once you've managed to do that, you can get down to investing. The more capital you have available, the better it is for your investment. All you have to do is take the plunge and get a grip on your own spending. Building up assets. What options are there? You have now set yourself the goal of building up a fortune. But how exactly do you do that? Many people pursue the same goal as you and still fail to build up a fortune. To change this, you should read this chapter carefully. After reading this chapter, you will see that there are countless ways to build up your wealth. At the end of the day, it all depends on you. You have to consciously choose one option and make sure that you can maximize your wealth. You will see that this is easier than you might think. Which brings us to the first option. The piggy bank savings book. A normal savings account is the simplest way to accumulate money. This is deliberately referred to as collecting, as you should not expect high returns. However, there are still some aspects that speak in favor of setting up a savings account. One major advantage is that savings accounts are very widely accepted and offer security. With a savings account, unlike an investment in shares, you are not making a risk investment. Of course, the bank could go bust, but that has hardly ever happened in the last century. Another advantage is that you don't have to familiarize yourself with a lot of new things. Many investments require you to expand your knowledge. With a share investment, for example, you have to learn countless key figures and know how to use and interpret them correctly. You don't have to do this with a piggy bank savings account. It's also a good way to get started, as you can use a savings account to train the discipline you'll need for real investments later on. What exactly does that mean? You will simply learn how to set aside a certain amount of your income each month. Another decisive advantage is that you can deposit the money directly. This means you don't have to worry about paying the money into a separate reference account or a special current account. If you want to collect money as a first step, then the savings book is recommended. The disadvantages are just as obvious as the advantages. One disadvantage is that you receive a relatively low interest rate these days. You should also pay attention to the amount you have available each month without having to give notice. This varies from provider to provider, so this information can give you a big advantage. Also, make sure that you choose a provider with whom you can invest money easily and efficiently. Call money savings account and fixed term deposit. The next option would be to open an overnight money account, or a fixed-term deposit account. But what is call money anyway? As the name suggests, a call money account gives you daily access to your income. You can invest as much as you like in a call money account at a current call money interest rate. The main difference between a current account and a call money account is that you do not have a fixed payment function with the latter. You now know what a call deposit account is, but what is a fixed-term deposit account? In principle, a fixed-term deposit account is similar to an overnight deposit account. The main difference, however, is that you have a fixed investment period. You conclude a contract in which the interest rate for your account and also the term are determined. You can only dispose of your money at the end of the term. What are the advantages of these investment options? The advantage of a call money account is that you can access your money at any time. You are flexible and can also withdraw the money in an emergency. However, you should be aware that the conditions can be changed at any time. This is different with a fixed-term deposit account. Here you have a fixed interest rate. So if you use a fixed-term deposit account, the bank must give you the interest rate that you have agreed with them in a contract. Another important point is that you have limited availability with a fixed-term deposit account. This means you are no longer as flexible and have to plan for the long term. However, this is not such a bad thing. You will learn how best to manage your income and maximize it in the long term. In addition, you can always choose any investment period you like. Accordingly, you should not spend too much time worrying about whether you really need your money for that period. But what is the decisive advantage over a savings account? Quite simply, you have a higher interest rate. This pays off in the long term. All you have to do is think back to the example of compound interest. A simple investment can definitely pay off if you plan the investment period well and get a good interest rate. You also have the advantage with a fixed-term deposit account that you can plan the interest income. This naturally offers you a certain degree of security. However, if you are more risk-averse, you can also make use of the other investment options presented here. The principle is simple. The higher your risk, the greater your return can be. Home loan and savings contract. It can be worthwhile. A building society savings contract can be worthwhile. Regardless of whether you invest in one for yourself or your children, it will pay off in the future. But one thing is certain. You should plan a long-term investment horizon for a home loan and savings contract. You will never be able to achieve a high return overnight. What are the advantages of a home loan and savings contract? You should always look at the advantages of a home loan and savings contract from a long-term perspective. One decisive advantage is that you may have very low interest rates during the savings phase, but this is balanced out by the fact that you receive a very favorable loan after this phase. You also have the advantage of being able to make unscheduled repayments. Some providers also offer rates that allow you to repay the entire loan without notice. This is not usually possible with a normal loan. The high degree of flexibility you have with a home loan and savings contract allows you to realize your dreams in the long term. You can also have your building society savings contract supported by your employer. Your employer will give you capital-forming benefits. You can get these back from the state if you do not exceed a certain income limit. There is also the housing construction premium that you receive at the end of each year. Furthermore, you should not neglect the employee savings allowance, which is also available. As you can see, a home loan and savings contract is not primarily about the return. The return is of secondary importance, as you will later receive a very favorable loan. The option of unscheduled repayments gives you the advantage of being very flexible. Do you have a dream of owning your own home and want to realize it as quickly as possible? How about using a home loan and savings contract? The advantages will pay off in the long term. Capital life insurance. Have you ever heard of this term? What is endowment insurance? An endowment policy is simpler than you might think. You conclude a contract with an insurance company. This contract includes two benefits: the benefit in the event of survival and the benefit in the event of death. If you see the contract through to the end, you will receive a sum X at the end. This is called the endowment benefit. The second benefit is self-explanatory. In this case, the sum is paid out to the surviving dependents. The amount of benefit you receive varies depending on the contract. With some providers, you may even receive a higher sum in the event of death, as the tariff from these providers is simply higher in this area. What are the advantages of this insurance? One key advantage is that you have protection for your old age. It is also a secure form of saving, as you are offered a guaranteed interest rate. Of course, you should make sure that this interest rate is high enough. However, you do have death cover. Have you ever wondered what your family would do if you died? Many families are not insured against this eventuality. It can happen in an instant that you lose the light of life. Another advantage of this form of savings is that you receive a profit participation. However, you should make sure that the guaranteed interest rate also falls over time. If the guaranteed interest rate is not higher than the annual inflation rate, it is usually useless. Insurance companies usually advertise that they can offer a guaranteed interest rate. Under no circumstances should you be misled by this point. Therefore, make sure that you take a detailed look at the interest rate offered and the other options. At this point, it should again be pointed out that you have a secure investment. This means that the interest rate will not be as high. With increasing risk and possibly a different investment, the interest rate may well be higher. The company pension plan. Countless people still fall back on company pension plans today, but when is it actually worthwhile? Basically, it can be said that a company pension scheme is a supplementary pension. This supplementary pension is handled directly by the employer. You should also bear in mind that there are differences in the structure of this pension. For example, there is the classic employer-financed company pension scheme. In this case, the employer alone pays the amounts for the later pension. However, as an employee, you can also use part of your gross salary for the company pension scheme. If you claim an amount of up to USD 268 per month for the company pension scheme, no Social Security contributions are due. You do not have to pay tax on amounts up to USD 536 per month. The advantage of an employee-financed model is only worthwhile if you are particularly old. When taking advantage of the option of a company pension, make sure that you will have to pay tax on it later. The procedure for taking out a company pension is simpler than you think. Go to your employer or ask the head of your HR department what pension options are available in your company. If the employer finances the pension, you should participate. However, it should also be pointed out that you do not necessarily have to resort to a company pension scheme if you want financial freedom. You can successfully become self-employed. This will allow you to maximize your income in the long term. You then invest part of your income in a separate investment where you can generate high returns. You have thus created your own basis for retirement provision, ETFs and equity funds. Now let's move on to a variant of retirement provision that is somewhat less secure, but still offers a good return. With an equity fund, you can easily build up long-term assets. Of course, you will have to make regular investments and will not have the money immediately available. In principle, an ETF is a replica of a stock market index. If you consider the DAX share index, for example, this index shows the value of the 40 largest companies in Germany. If an ETF now replicates the DAX, you would buy exactly these 40 shares. These would then develop in value in the same way as the DAX itself, for example. The unbeatable advantage of ETFs is that they represent a very secure risk investment. This is partly due to the fact that they track an entire index. This ensures that a return is distributed each year that corresponds to the performance of the respective index. The advantages are therefore obvious. If you no longer want to simply save money in a savings account and are looking for an efficient risk investment, then you should turn to ETFs. With these, you have a very simple advantage. You don't need to have any great prior knowledge of the stock market. You can also focus on other income opportunities while your ETF assets grow. It's up to you to decide to what extent you can provide for your old age with this investment alternative or not. In addition, there are no high fees when trading ETFs. This is due to the fact that many people own this investment. You should not be put off from investing in the stock market. However, make sure that you have a sensible broker to support you. You should also make sure that your assets are secure. It is worth comparing the various providers to maximize your own equity. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. Shares. When it comes to shares, many people turn their heads from the outset. However, shares are not as bad as many people think. Ask the people around you what they think about shares. The answer will usually be as follows. You can't make money with shares. All those shareholders are just speculating at the end of the day. If you come across such answers, you should not allow yourself to be influenced under any circumstances. Ask yourself explicitly how great investors such as Ray Dalio or Warren Buffett have made their fortunes. Realign your mental attitude and free yourself from the negative beliefs that are anchored in society regarding this topic. Once you have internalized your new positive beliefs, you can start investing in the stock market. To put it simply, you can imagine the various investment options as follows. You pay low interest rates for the security of a particular investment. On the other hand, you can earn an attractive interest rate on the stock market. Of course, such an investment is subject to the residual risk that the market may collapse. In this case, you would of course lose part of your capital. But in this chapter, you will find out how to deal with shares correctly. One thing is certain. If you invest in shares, you can benefit from many different advantages. The biggest attraction is, of course, that you achieve higher returns, and the company in which you own shares can also pay dividends at the end of the year. The dividend is the biggest advantage. Even if you continue to hold the shares, you will receive returns that you can have distributed to you at a given time. Depending on which shares you buy, they may be subject to high price fluctuations. In this case, you should keep calm, because with the right investment, the share can also generate a high return. It is natural to make mistakes on the stock market and lose capital as a result. If you lose capital, you should not give up immediately, but learn a lesson from your actions. Another major advantage of shares is their liquidity. While the respective shares are being traded, you as a shareholder can buy or sell shares at any time. In addition, the attractiveness of the market is increased by the fact that numerous shares are available on the market. Furthermore, shares on the market can be used very flexibly. You can invest for the long term, but also make short-term investments. Depending on your shareholding in a company, you may be able to secure voting rights. However, you should make sure that you own a certain number of shares. Of course, many people are invited to the annual general meeting, but not everyone has the same voting rights. This varies from person to person, and accordingly, you should also be aware that small shareholders may not be considered for decisions. Now that you have a rough overview of the main advantages, you should of course also be aware of the disadvantages. When buying shares, there is always a risk. Under no circumstances should you be put off by this risk. Enjoy the thrill of investing. In times of crisis, a company may experience a crash, and with it the shares of the company in question. If this is the case, you should not panic under any circumstances. Many companies recover over time. If you want secure returns, you should invest in companies that have a large market capitalization. These companies have a lot of market share, which you can of course use to your advantage. You should also be aware that you will not have fixed returns. Returns on the stock market are always variable, so you should be aware of this. Is that a disadvantage? This question can be answered with both a yes and a no. If you have sufficient experience and know how the market works, then this is an advantage for you. However, if you are very risk-averse from the outset, this can lead to you losing capital. The large companies that have been established on the market for many years are the ones that are safer to start with. You should therefore concentrate on these companies at the beginning. Over time, you will gain experience, which you can then apply to other shares. Another disadvantage is that tax liability has applied to shares since 2009. As a result of the final withholding tax introduced in 2009, capital gains have become fully taxable. This means that the tax advantages of shares are lost. However, you should always look at the bottom line. There is also an allowance for gains from shares. You should make full use of this, especially at the beginning. Over time, you will find further investment opportunities. As long as you keep reinvesting your capital, you have the advantage of not having to pay as much tax. When trading shares, your mental attitude can determine whether you are successful or not. This is because you need to be able to assess the market optimally, even in difficult times. Another important point is that you also need to look at other market participants. You can work with key figures to find out how a price would develop. However, psychology also plays a decisive role in the stock market. Many people are active in trading, which means that you should also be concerned with the right attitude of market participants. For example, it is important that you consider how market participants react to certain news. A company has laid off 100 employees. This will cause the share price to rise. The reason for this is quite simple. The company now has low personnel costs. This gives it the advantage of being able to make a larger profit. This profit is ultimately reflected in the balance sheet. Finally, a comparison should be made between the investment presented here and the investments presented above. Basically, it can be said that no investment can be judged to be the better one across the board. However, over time, you will have to realize that the interest on a normal, risk-free investment is simply no longer sufficient. You will have to look for alternatives where you want to invest your money. One of these alternatives is the stock market. Take your cue from what the experts in this sector are saying. As mentioned in the previous chapters, it is very easy to gain knowledge these days. You can find books by well-known investors on Amazon and many other platforms. They write down their theories and strategies in these books. Of course, you need business knowledge, but you can also acquire this knowledge over time. So don't worry if you don't understand so much at the beginning. In contrast to the company's opinion, there are shares that are a somewhat safer alternative. Start with these shares and work your way through the market. Eventually, you will get to the point where you are also dealing with high-risk stocks. At this point, you will have built up extensive market knowledge. Learn constantly. You can learn something new about the stock market every day, and you should take advantage of this. Therefore, make sure that you continue to educate yourself with courses, seminars, or books. This will help you to build up long-term wealth. Another crucial tip is to be patient. Patience is the key to success. This applies not only to shares, but also to any other investment you know or will come to know. With a little patience, you can move stones. The market is constantly changing, so you should keep your emotions in check. Many people realize losses because they are not patient. This leads to them taking a negative profit and never wanting to hear about the stock market again. If they then take a quick look at their share 4 years later, they see that it has quadrupled in value. As you can see, patience can definitely pay off. You should decide for yourself whether you always want to play it safe or keep the risk in order to ultimately achieve a higher return. Bonds. Now that you have gained a comprehensive insight into the world of shares, this chapter will focus on bonds. Bonds are also securities alongside shares and the various investment funds. By investing in bonds, you lend your money to the issuer of the respective bond. Ultimately, you receive your money back at a certain interest rate. The basic principle is similar to that of a loan. The advantages of a bond are obvious. On the one hand, you have the advantage of less fluctuation than with shares. Furthermore, you are independent of developments on the stock market, which means a lot to many people. Because you are independent of the stock market, you don't have to worry about how the DAX performs, for example. The final advantage is that you receive a higher return than with overnight money or fixed-term deposits, for example. However, bonds not only have positive aspects, but also negative aspects. One disadvantage is that you can generally achieve a lower return than with shares. If the interest rate varies, this can also lead to the value of the bond in question also varying. Another key risk is that the issuer of the bond could file for insolvency. Therefore, when choosing a bond, pay attention to who the issuer is. Find out more about the person or company in question. You should also pay attention to whether the issuer is a company. Young companies in particular resort to this type of financing, as it is of great benefit to both sides. However, you should be aware that many companies go bankrupt in the first 5 years. You should therefore pay even more attention to who wants bonds. This form of equity maximization is a simpler form compared to ordinary shares. Please note, however, that you have to weigh up the risks yourself. Precious metals. Precious metals are another investment alternative that you can make, but what distinguishes them and what advantages do they offer you? Precious metals have one major advantage over normal investments. They only occur in nature to a limited extent. This resource is therefore scarce. In addition, precious metals have properties that are valued worldwide. You will no doubt already be familiar with some precious metals. These include gold and silver. However, silver is also often in demand for industrial purposes. Accordingly, you should note that the price of silver is more dependent on the economy than the price of gold. If you look at the development of the latter metal, you will notice that it is very stable. Another important aspect is that the biggest price jumps occur when the world is in a financial crisis. What is the reason for this? It's easier than you might think. The price jumps in times of crisis can be traced back to the fact that precious metals offer a safe alternative. When the financial market crashes, many people invest in this alternative investment. Ultimately, this causes the prices of metals to rise in times of crisis. If you look at the financial crisis in 2008, you can understand this even better. One thing can be said in any case: the physical possession of precious metals is a great advantage for private investors. Gold coins in particular have proven to be very lucrative in recent times. They have a low denomination and can be easily transported from A to B. Gold coins are also a recognized means of payment. You should definitely include precious metals in your portfolio. When you make investments, diversification plays a crucial role. The more you diversify, the better it is. Of course, you should not diversify with an amount of 100 USD. If you spread this amount over 10 different investment opportunities, you have a major problem. This is that you simply won't have too high a return. In the worst case, your denomination may even eat up your return completely. This is due to the fact that investments are always associated with costs. With a low denomination, the costs can exceed the return sooner than you realize. When investing in precious metals, make sure that you keep checking the amount of your holdings. Having a safe amount set aside is never a bad thing. As you gain experience, you will also be able to tell when an economy is weakening or not. At these times, you can continue to invest your capital in precious metals. Ultimately, this approach will ensure that your capital grows despite the ongoing crisis. However, this is only possible for investors with a great deal of experience. You need to have experienced the market cycle many times in order to anticipate such crises. Real estate. Do you have one or more properties? Then you have made a strategically sound investment. Many people have recently been able to maximize their wealth with real estate. The strategy is not as complex as you might think. When should you rent out a property and when should you not? One argument in favor of renting out a property would be that demand in your area is very high. Another aspect is that you will have to pay speculation tax if you have owned your property for less than 10 years. You should also bear in mind that you should rent out your property even if you have limited financial resources. The main reason for this is that the maintenance costs of a property are usually very expensive. Renting out a property makes sense so that you can protect yourself optimally against these costs. If you think long-term, you will realize that you can achieve a higher return by renting out your property. All you need to do is understand the difference. Would you rather have a one-off sale proceeds, or would you rather have a certain monthly rent that you can invest elsewhere? If you consider this question carefully, you will find the ideal solution. It is also generally the case that the value of a property increases over time. Especially if the property is close to a major city, you can assume that its value will increase. If you would like to move into the property yourself at a later date, but do not need it now, it is also advisable to rent it out. This means you don't have to bear all the costs yourself and can move back into the property later without any problems. In addition to the advantages of renting out a property, there are of course also a few things that speak in favor of selling it. If you have invested your money in several investments, you should consider the following. If the return from other investments is higher than your rental return, then a one-off sale may well be worthwhile. Furthermore, you should also sell the property if you can pay off a large loan as a result. In addition to these two aspects, you should bear in mind that you must keep your property for at least 10 years. This will ultimately give you tax advantages. So what would be an ideal strategy? It's very simple. Buy an inexpensive property near a large city. You then rent this property out for 10 years. You can usually pay off your loan with the monthly rent without any problems. As soon as the 10 years are up, you have two options. You can either move into your property yourself or sell it. Depending on how high your return on other investments is, you can make a large profit on the sale. You can then use this profit to buy a new property, which you can then move into. This is sometimes the most effective strategy for avoiding speculation tax and still making a high return. The examples provided here are from Germany. Different countries have different savings options. Please inform yourself in advance before you start investing your hard-earned money in your local currency. Please note my disclaimer in my video description. Thank you. P2P loans or peer-to-peer loans. Have you heard of P2P loans? If no, then you should definitely find out more about them. They are becoming increasingly popular as they offer an easy way to find and use capital. Basically, P2P loans are personal loans that you lend to another person. The advantages are many, but you should also protect yourself against possible risks. One decisive advantage is that you will quickly find a buyer for the loan amount you offer. Nowadays, there are numerous platforms that make it easy to process loans. You should take advantage of these benefits and maximize your capital. Another advantage is that the loans are transparently innovative. On first reading, you may think that the complexity of these loans is too heavy. On closer inspection, however, you will notice that these loans are not as complex as you might have thought at first. You can imagine the whole principle roughly as with a normal personal loan. For example, you lend money to your friends. As a rule, you do not charge an interest rate for these loans. However, you now have a P2P loan. With this one, you have an interest rate that helps you maximize your capital. The platforms check the borrower's creditworthiness so that you are on the safe side. Which actually brings us to the next point. P2P loans are a simple way to achieve high returns. The almost double-digit annual return in some cases ensures that many people take out P2P loans. Another crucial point is that this form of loan is not subject to fees. Both lenders and borrowers do not have to pay any fees, which is a huge advantage. Furthermore, the platforms always provide you with loss protection. The modern platforms for P2P loans offer a buyback guarantee if you fall into the loss zone. But let's also look at the disadvantages of this form of credit, because everything has its pros and cons. As P2P loans are an innovative form of lending, this form has not yet experienced a currency crisis. As a result, the future of this form of lending is still uncertain. Furthermore, there are still no major legal requirements, which means that you always have a small residual risk. However, this residual risk is very low, as the platforms check many things before granting a loan. Another disadvantage is that there are no statistics yet. This is also due to the fact that these loans are still very new on the market. What actually happens if the lender becomes insolvent? Yes, that can happen too. If the lender is no longer solvent for reasons other than a financial crisis, you have to think about something quickly. The buyback guarantee won't really help. As an investor, you should therefore ensure in advance that you have appropriate security. This gives you the great advantage of benefiting from the return and not suffering any major losses. Finally, however, one particular advantage should be mentioned: automation. With P2P loans, as you gain experience, you can ensure that you completely automate this type of lending. You can grant loans on a daily or even weekly basis. Numerous people are looking for ways to get a loan quickly. You should take advantage of this gap in the market. At the end of the day, there is a decisive advantage for both you and the borrower. In the future, you may even be able to work together on a long-term basis. One or two new ideas may arise if you give a startup a P2P loan. This can quickly lead to new business relationships that pay off in the long term. CFD, or contact for difference. You've already learned about ETFs, but CFDs, what are they? What distinguishes them, and what advantages can CFDs offer you? A CFD is a highly speculative derivative. You should therefore only use this investment option once you have gained sufficient experience in various markets. You should be aware from the outset that you can achieve a high return. However, this is always associated with a high level of risk. The more experience you have, the better, because even experienced investors fail from time to time when investing in CFDs. But that is also quite normal. This is the only way to gain the experience you will need in the long term. The advantages of CFDs make them so attractive for investors. You can trade with just a small amount of capital and also have a wide range of underlying assets. Another crucial point is that you have low transaction costs and flexible trading times. You should also make sure that you have a high level of transparency in pricing. If these advantages do not yet make the appeal of CFDs clear to you, you should take a close look at the following advantages. You can not only bet that a certain share price will rise, but also that it will fall. In addition, CFDs give you leverage effects with which you can generally realize high profits. However, it should be noted that these leverage effects should be chosen with caution. With leverage, you ensure that your invested capital multiplies. However, leverage also ensures that your risk multiplies at the same time. In the beginning, it is definitely better if you distance yourself from leverage. Over time and after a certain number of investments, you can then use leverage to multiply your capital even faster. The disadvantages naturally follow from the advantages. One major disadvantage is the risk you take when trading CFDs. You should really consider your own risk management here. This will ultimately ensure that you can also achieve good returns with CFDs. Crowd investing. Now we come to another type of investment, crowd investing. This type of investment is becoming increasingly popular. But what is it anyway? Crowd investing is a form of crowdfunding in which you participate financially in the success of a project. The return aspect plays a major role here. You minimize your risk by investing with many other people so that you can start with small amounts. You also have the same return as the other people who invest in the same project. This is usually very high, as crowd investing often involves high-risk projects. Crowd investing allows you to invest in different types of projects. These include startups, real estate projects, sustainable energy projects, and many other innovative business ideas. Startups particularly benefit from crowd investing, as they often have difficulty obtaining traditional financing. Investors therefore have the opportunity to be part of innovative companies right from the start and benefit from their growth. A key advantage of crowd investing is the democratization of investment opportunities. Traditionally, only wealthy private individuals or institutional investors have been able to invest in promising projects. Crowd investing breaks down this barrier and allows anyone to participate in lucrative projects, regardless of the amount of their capital. However, you should be aware that crowd investing is associated with high risks. The projects in which investments are made are often at an early stage of development and can fail. It is therefore important to obtain comprehensive information about the projects and only invest money that you can afford to lose. Crowd investing platforms usually provide detailed information about the projects, including business plans, market analysis, and financial projections, to help investors make an informed decision. Another aspect of crowd investing is the social component. Investors can support projects that they personally find interesting or worthy of support. This can be, for example, the promotion of sustainable projects that promote environmental and climate protection, or the support of social enterprises that address social challenges. The legal framework for crowd investing varies from country to country. In many countries, specific laws and regulations have been introduced to ensure the protection of investors. These regulations may include minimum standards for transparency and information requirements for promoters, as well as caps on investment amounts. In summary, crowd investing is an exciting and innovative way to invest in promising projects while spreading the risk. It opens up new avenues for investors and project promoters alike, but also harbors risks that should not be underestimated. It is therefore advisable to keep a close eye on the development of this market and weigh up the risks carefully before investing. Cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies have been on everyone's lips for some time now. We keep hearing that Bitcoin is rising or falling. Many people point out that you can't trade on this market at all. However, this is not entirely true. It is perfectly possible to make profits on this market. To do so, you need a basic knowledge of current technical developments. Bitcoin itself is already interesting, But the technology behind cryptocurrencies is even more interesting. Almost all coins are based on blockchain technology. This technology allows you to send data anonymously. It also saves on data storage, and future developments in this area remain to be seen. The potential applications of blockchain are huge. For example, it could be used in a doctor's surgery. If patient data is to be sent anonymously to another doctor, the technology can be used immediately. This allows you to take advantage of many benefits and also ensures that you no longer have to worry about the data falling into the wrong hands. As you can see, the technology offers many opportunities in many areas of business. But how can you trade cryptocurrencies? To start trading cryptocurrencies, you first need to create a digital wallet. You can do this with numerous providers online. With some providers, you can create a simple wallet within 2 minutes. Make sure that you never give out your private key. This is the same as your PIN code for your debit card. You can receive money via the public key and then manage it in your digital wallet. If you want to receive digital currencies, you can pass on your public key. This corresponds roughly to your IBAN. To start trading, you need to buy bitcoins in exchange for money. These coins are used on all platforms to buy other currencies. Once you have bought bitcoins for your amount of money, you go to a crypto exchange with them. A well-known exchange is Binance.com. Now load your bitcoins from your digital wallet to your wallet on the respective exchange. You will now see various crypto pairs. You can exchange your bitcoins for Ethereum, another coin. This is how crypto trading works. One thing is certain, the developments on the current market are similar to those in the dot-com era. Accordingly, you should trade with caution. There will still be numerous coins that will disappear from the market, and that is a good thing. For you, this means that you should really focus on innovative projects. You should also gain an insight into the team behind a coin. Once you have an overview of the technology, the market, and the respective members behind a coin, you can make your investment decision. A list of currently over 2 million crypto coins and tokens can be found at coinmarketcap.com. Now we come to the really important point in this chapter. Let yourself be unsettled. The media are largely unfamiliar with the new crypto market. Accordingly, you should not rely on the media. Do not believe any experts. Make sure that you get your own picture of the situation. The crypto market is not even close to being worth as much as Apple, for example. Accordingly, it is also normal for the market to be subject to high price fluctuations. Your price may fall by 10% in one day. On the other hand, it may rise by 20% on another day. You can think of the numerous coins on the crypto market like startups. Every single one of them has a concept that sounds very promising. However, you should not blindly rely on these concepts, but ask yourself, does something similar already exist? What would be the advantages of implementing it in this way? These are key questions that you can use to rule out many coins on the market. The performance will be very interesting. Do not start investing in the crypto market until you have sufficient experience. Many major investors will advise you against investing in this market. However, you should not let this unsettle you and concentrate purely on future developments. Many people remember the bursting of the dot-com bubble. However, very few people pay attention to what happened to the remaining companies. Companies that survived the dot-com bubble include Google and Amazon. If you look at the performance of these companies, you will notice one thing. Both companies are worth €1 trillion. Of course, the share price of these companies collapsed as a result of the dot-com bubble. Ultimately, however, the share price has risen tenfold, if not 100-fold, after just under a decade. If you have understood this aspect, then you have also understood that the value of the really important companies will still rise. That is why you should invest in this market with caution, even though high returns can be generated. The long-term favorites for wealth accumulation. What are the favorites for building wealth? Many people only invest in one investment. But is this really the right approach? Is there no ideal strategy that will allow you to build up a good fortune? First of all, it should be noted that you will never find the ideal strategy. The choice of a suitable strategy depends, among other things, on how willing you are to take risks. Only when you are clear about the level of risk you want to take can you put together your portfolio. For example, you need to be risk-averse to invest in cryptocurrencies, whereas this is not necessarily the case with real estate investments. In order to build up a fortune in the long term, you should take a few basic rules to heart. Many investors live by these rules, and it is not uncommon for them to be able to build up a fortune as a result. The first rule is that you should not put all your eggs in one basket. You can certainly do this. However, in this case, you should also be aware that you have entered into an investment with a high level of risk. You should also work on your mentality. In order to make money on the stock market, you need staying power. In addition to the right strategy, your mentality usually determines how successful you are on the stock market. Now that we have explained these basic principles, let's move on to the actual selection of the various investments. In times of low interest rates, shares are simply part of the portfolio. The stock markets can offer many long-term opportunities that you can take advantage of. Of course, you should also make a distinction in the stock market. This consists of which shares you add to your portfolio. Companies listed on the DAX offer the advantage that you are more secure than startups that have just entered the stock market. Of course, the return on startups is higher than that of large corporations if they perform well. Over time, you will be able to assess market trends better. It is therefore advisable, especially at the beginning, to invest in existing large corporations. This allows you to spread the risk, especially at the beginning, and subsequently has the advantage that you can also turn your attention to the dangerous markets in the stock market. However, if you are very risk-averse to begin with, you should fall back on ETFs. Of course, these do not offer the same high returns as highly speculative shares, for example. However, you will get a taste for the market and can gain initial experience. This can be decisive in the future if you decide to make your own investments without ETFs. You have to decide for yourself whether you want to play the market directly or choose a somewhat safer option with ETFs first. Which brings us to another rule. This is that you should set aside a certain amount of play money at the beginning. Make sure that the amount of play money does not lead to any financial restrictions for you. You can use this play money to explore the market. Despite all the tips in this book, you will make losses at the beginning. This is not a bad thing, as these losses will teach you something for further investments. By using your play money, you will expand your wealth of experience in the market and can make riskier investments later on. It is best to be aware of this right from the start. In addition to equities, which should make up around 30–40% of your portfolio, you should also invest in real estate. Contrary to the general assumption that real estate always rises, there are also phases in which real estate prices do not rise so sharply. However, with a property you have gained an investment that you can simply sell if the worst comes to the worst. On average, you can expect an annual return of just under 6% from real estate. Spread the capital in real estate according to your risk appetite. Another important aspect is that you should, of course, also choose investments that are speculative. After all, these investments are the ones where you can expect the greatest return. If you want to achieve large capital growth in the long term, you cannot avoid these investments. It is best to invest a small portion of your total capital in riskier investments right from the start. Cryptocurrencies are among the riskier investments. Here you can achieve a return of 20% overnight. However, you could just as easily lose 10% overnight. You should spread the profits you make from your investments. Always select a certain proportion of investment opportunities where you can achieve an almost certain return. But also make sure that you don't ignore the economic cycle. It is not worth having a large proportion of your capital in equities during a financial crisis. Which brings us to another tip. Approximately 5–10% of your portfolio should consist of precious metals. Why? Precious metals offer a very safe investment opportunity. The demand for gold will not fall in the future. In the global economy, trade always consists of a structure of supply and demand. The supply of gold is becoming increasingly scarce, as gold is a finite resource. However, demand does not stop falling. What happens to the price of a good or resource when supply becomes scarcer and demand increases or remains the same? Quite simply, the price will rise. This will also happen if a financial crisis breaks out. People will look for investments where they can store their money for the time of the crisis. After all, you don't want to lose all your capital. As you can see, With the right diversification, you can ensure that you have a certain degree of security in your investments. There are virtually no successful investors who have put all their eggs in one basket. As a rule, this does not end well. Of course, you can get lucky and achieve a high return this way too, but investing is all about the following keyword: diversification. This ensures that you can maximize your capital even in times of low interest rates. Why I see my favorites as winners. How do you choose the right shares? Is there a certain pattern you can follow? In this regard, it can be said that with a few tips, you can make the right choice and thus maximize your capital. The first important tip is not to be overly influenced by the media. Experienced investors know that you should not believe everything the media says. You can assess companies yourself and therefore do not have to rely on the news in the media. Analyze the media policy in detail. A particular event is always highlighted. A well-known example is the diesel scandal at VW. Of course, the share price collapsed, but this collapse did not mean that the share was completely wiped out. The clever investors kept buying small packages during this period of share collapse. After all, a car brand as big as VW will not go bankrupt overnight. On the contrary, after a strong phase of downturn, a share will also recover. Of course, the share does not always return to its original value, but if you bought at the low point, you have the decisive advantage of being able to benefit from the return. Another tip when choosing your favorites on the stock market is that you should say goodbye to your love of your home country. Don't just focus on shares from your home country, as these do not always generate the highest returns. In the technology sector in particular, one or two American companies may be ahead of the pack. Again, the keyword here is diversification. This keyword also means that you should analyze international companies and plan investments in these companies. It can certainly be worthwhile. Another crucial point is that you should recognize false information. Not everything that is disseminated on the market is true. Time and again, investors experience the following event. They make investments, and by chance, the wrong information reaches them. The share price collapses. You think to yourself that you are now on the safe side. After a few hours, you look at the share price again and are surprised to see that it has recovered completely. You then look for more specific information and realize that you have been misinformed. Define your investment strategy from the outset. The stock market is not a gambling house, even if the media repeatedly portray it as such. The stock market is a market where the right strategy is crucial. How else did Warren Buffett manage to earn €1 million within a short space of time with an initial investment of just $100? The right strategy determines your success or failure. Do not blindly copy any strategies from experts. These strategies may also have gaps. Analyze each strategy to get an idea of the broad spectrum of different strategies. You can then go on to define your ideal strategy and use it. Always work with a proof of concept. What does that mean? The term simply means that you should test your strategy. Carry out a test run and analyze the effect of your strategy. If you were able to achieve positive returns, you should continue to use this strategy in the future. In addition to the stock market, you should also define a strategy for your other investments. Always bear in mind that you must take into account the inflation of the national currency in your annual return. For simplified calculations, assume that annual inflation is around 2%. You therefore need to generate a return of at least 2.1% in order to trade profitably. It is best to set yourself a desired annual return for a 5-year or even 10-year period at the beginning of the year. This can be 10% or even 20%. No matter what level you decide on, you should adjust your strategy to the level of this desired annual return. Of course, you should bear in mind that the higher the return, the more speculative investments you will have to make. This may well mean that you have to invest a larger proportion of your assets in cryptocurrencies or similar. Under no circumstances should you be afraid of this. Fear leads to many investors failing on the market more quickly than they initially expected. Avoid this trap and gradually build up your self-confidence through small investments. Increasing your self-confidence will make it much easier for you. Take this aspect into account when choosing your return and developing your strategy. The ideal course would be as follows. To begin with, Set yourself small targets in terms of your annual desired return. You can start at 5% or 7%, for example. Within a year, you will gain a lot of experience in the market, and over time you will also learn how to analyze the balance sheets of different companies correctly. You can then increase your target return to 10% the following year, for example. You will be able to develop an ideal strategy based on the experience you have gained. If you are very unsure, it can be useful to have a mentor at your side. Of course, you should bear in mind that the higher the return, the more speculative investments you will have to make. This may well mean that you have to invest a larger proportion of your assets in cryptocurrencies or similar. Under no circumstances should you be afraid of this. Fear leads to many investors failing on the market more quickly than they initially expected. Avoid this trap and gradually build up your self-confidence through small investments. Increasing your self-confidence will make it much easier for you. Take this aspect into account when choosing your return and developing your strategy. The ideal course would be as follows. To begin with, set yourself small targets in terms of your annual desired return. You can start at 5% or 7%, for example. Within a year, you will gain a lot of experience in the market, and over time you will also learn how to analyze the balance sheets of different companies correctly. You can then increase your target return to 10% the following year, for example. You will be able to develop an ideal strategy based on the experience you have gained. If you are very unsure, it can be useful to have a mentor at your side. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. When is the perfect start? How do you find the perfect start for your investments? To begin with, it should be noted that the perfect time to invest can be different for each person. While you may find one particular time ideal to make your investments, another person may feel differently. It is therefore important not to get too fixated on the perfect starting point, as this doesn't really exist if you are thinking long-term. Investing is all about taking a long-term view. Short-term market movements are often unpredictable and can lead to impulsive decisions that are not always beneficial. A long-term approach helps you to smooth out market fluctuations and benefit from the general market trend. Historical data shows that stock markets tend to rise, although there are always corrections and dips along the way. One important aspect is that you gain experience early on. The sooner you start, the faster you will get to know the mechanisms and dynamics of the markets. In times of recession, for example, you can buy shares at more favorable conditions. These phases offer valuable learning opportunities, as you can follow developments on a market that is currently in crisis. Such experiences are invaluable and contribute to your long-term competence as an investor. While it is tempting to try to time the market and only invest in supposedly favorable phases, even experienced investors rarely do this consistently. Don't try to time the market. Instead, an approach such as cost averaging could be useful. This involves investing fixed amounts on a regular basis, regardless of the current market situation. In this way, you buy fewer shares in high phases and more in low phases, which reduces your overall costs in the long term. Another important point is to diversify your investments. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, but spread your risk across different asset classes and regions. This will minimize the risk of losses that can result from the poor performance of a single investment. Diversification is a key principle of successful investment strategies and helps to stabilize your returns. To summarize, there is no perfect starting point for investing. The important thing is to start and keep learning. Take the opportunities that come your way to gain experience and continuously improve your strategy. Take a long-term view, diversify your investments, and don't be unsettled by short-term market movements. Investing is a marathon, not a sprint, and patience and discipline will be rewarded in the long run. Dividends aristocrats. What are dividend aristocrats? When you read the term, you may have wondered what it has to do with investing in shares. Dividend aristocrats are shares in companies that have managed to increase their dividend payouts to investors over the years. Strictly speaking, these companies have generally managed to increase their dividends to investors every year over a period of 25 years. The dividend growth of these companies is usually 5 to sometimes over 15% per year, which speaks for itself. These advantages naturally enjoy various benefits as a result of this economic development. For example, they have the advantage of increasing investor confidence over time. Furthermore, these companies have a good reputation on the market. Beginners on the market in particular will fall back on these shares to play it safe. It can also make sense to include such shares in your portfolio in order to ensure an ideal retirement provision. However, there is also a disadvantage that you should not neglect. You only ever have past values to work with. No matter how good the economic development of these companies may have been in the last 25 years, you will never know what will happen in the future. What will happen to the company if the very sector in which it operates goes down the drain? Only very few investors think about these questions. They assume that the company will continue to develop positively. As a rule, however, the necessary data is lacking. Nevertheless, it should be said that dividend aristocrats offer a very safe investment. Particularly at the beginning, you can increase your self-confidence with these sometimes small jumps in returns before you make riskier investments. Finally, a few companies that can count themselves among these dividend aristocrats will be presented. One large company is 3M. It has been paying dividends to investors for around 61 years and has achieved annual dividend growth of over 10% in the last 10 years. Another company is Target Corp. You may have heard of this company before. It has been paying dividends every year for around 52 years. The annual increase over the last 10 years is just under 16%. Finally, Lowe's companies should be mentioned at this point. This company has also been paying regular dividends for over 50 years. The increase over the last 5 years has been around 21%. These figures speak for themselves, and usually also for the size of the respective companies. Finally, some advantages and disadvantages of dividend shares should be explained. How you weigh these up is of course up to you. However, one thing can be said: dividend shares are a sound investment. You are no longer speculating on the market, but your approach ensures that you can make sound investments. Furthermore, these shares are stress-free investment strategies. You no longer have to contend with daily price fluctuations and can simply sit back and relax. Another advantage is that you save a lot of time. You don't need a great deal of knowledge to invest in these shares. On the contrary, a basic knowledge of shares is all you need to make the investments. Another important aspect is that you can increase your self-confidence, making it easier for you to make riskier investments later on, which also bring a higher return. However, not everything speaks in favor of investing your money in dividend shares. One disadvantage, for example, is that you no longer have as much choice. You have to work with specific criteria and filter out the right shares. Another disadvantage is that investing in such a share can also be a short-term loss-making transaction. What is the reason for this? Quite simply, the state also wants a slice of the cake. This sounds obvious if you read the following example carefully. When a company pays out dividends, a shareholder pays tax in the form of withholding tax. This is rounded to just under 27%. If you now assume that you will receive the dividend minus your withholding tax, then in reality, you will only receive 73% of the dividend. However, the full 100% of the distributed dividend will impact the share price. As a result, the share price is depressed by a larger amount than the actual amount distributed. Dividend shares can therefore be a short-term loss-making business. Therefore, always do the math before you invest. Dividend stocks or price drivers or price maker. When choosing your shares, you always have the choice between dividend stocks and price drivers. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. You should make sure that you have both dividend stocks and price drivers in your portfolio. This allows you to spread the risk and also generate a good return. But what are price drivers anyway? First of all, it should be said that both price drivers and dividend stocks are shares. However, there is a key difference in how these shares are structured. As the name suggests, dividend stocks are securities that regularly pay dividends. You have already learned about these in detail in the previous chapter. The disadvantage of these securities is that the value of the actual company may be misrepresented. This chapter will therefore focus on price drivers. This term covers all the factors that cause a company's share price to rise. To understand how these factors work, you should acquire a basic understanding of the market. The price of a share is always the result of a balance between supply and demand. If the price should rise, the supply of shares of the respective company must decrease, or the demand for shares of the company must increase. But have you ever wondered why company shares rise in the first place? In the long term, there is one major indicator that causes share prices to rise. This indicator is the increase in a company's profits. The stronger and longer a company's profits rise, the longer the share price must rise. If the share price does not rise in a certain proportion to the rising profits, this can lead to the share becoming too cheap. This in turn makes it attractive to investors, which ultimately leads to the share price rising again. Over the years, several experts have addressed this issue. One of these is Castellani. Based on his research, he came to the conclusion that the relationship between the market economy and the stock market is comparable to the relationship between a man and his dog. If, for example, a company's turnover continues to rise, this could be interpreted as the master running forward. However, the dog, or rather the share price, has no desire to keep following its master. There are countless stimuli that affect the share. Sometimes the territory has to be marked, even though the master continues to lead the way. At some point, the dog makes a huge leap forward. This causes him to catch up with his master. This can be interpreted as a jump in the price of a particular share. The whole process is illustrated once again using the example of Henkel. Henkel is a DAX-listed company. This means that Henkel is also one of the 30 largest German companies. Since 2003, the company has increased its earnings per share from under €2 to over €5. This equates to an increase of over 150%. However, from 2003 to 2018, the share price has remained relatively constant in relation to the increase in earnings per share and has developed upwards. However, if you only look at the period from 2015 onwards, you will see that the company's earnings growth has come to a standstill. The profit of the company itself increased, but the share performance followed later. In addition to these long-term indicators that lead to the markets being in equilibrium, there are also short-term price drivers. Short and medium-term factors can quickly lead to a company making a 5% loss or profit overnight. One reason for this is that investors always have expectations about the future performance of a particular company. If you look at the market before the announcement of any quarterly figures, you will see that investors compare the results with expectations. If these differ greatly, this will cause the share price to fall. However, the opposite scenario is also possible. If a consensus view emerges, this can cause demand for the share to rise. When demand rises, the share price usually rises too. If you are focusing on short-term investing, you should ask yourself whether the stock market is really the right investment. As a rule, you can only speculate in the short term. You rarely have a direct insight into the various companies. This means that you are unable to view the various key figures properly. A current example at this point is IBM. Following the acquisition of Red Hat, the company's shares suffered short-term losses. This is understandable as 1/3 of the turnover was invested in the acquisition of the company. However, the future always remains open in the technology sector. Short-term indicators cannot give you an idea of how a company's profits and sales will grow in the future. IBM has managed to reposition itself time and again over the decades. This has generally been successful. For example, they have successfully implemented the transition from IBM notebooks to the current cloud structures for large corporations. You should always wait and see how a company develops in the long term. To do this, it is worth analyzing the balance sheets of the last 5 to 10 years. In an interview, Warren Buffett was once asked how he finds the right companies. His answer was, "I analyze all the existing balance sheets of a company and read through all the media reports. This enables me to identify a trend and make my investments on the basis of this trend." Corporate forms. Please note that the company forms discussed here apply in the European Union, particularly in Germany. Other countries have very similar company forms. Before setting up a company, find out in detail about the possibilities in your country. Tax consultants, the relevant authorities or lawyers can help you with this. Is a company a sole proprietorship, a limited liability company, or a public limited company? These are just 3 examples of the types of company that can be used when setting up a business. Each form has its advantages and disadvantages. However, one thing should be mentioned in advance. You can only go to the stock market with a public limited company. The other companies are not designed for this and do not have a legal license. However, it may make sense at the beginning if you do not set up a public limited company. This is mainly due to the fact that you do not have enough equity capital to set up the company. You can find out why this is the case in this chapter. In general, a distinction is made between partnerships and corporations among the many different types of companies. Partnerships are generally characterized by the fact that a natural person is liable for all aspects of the company. A corporation, on the other hand, is liable with the equity capital of the respective corporation. Accordingly, the incentive for a company to become a corporation is also high. Partnerships are divided into sole proprietorships, general partnerships, in Germany, OHG, dormant partnerships, partnerships under civil law, and limited partnerships. The partnerships, sole proprietorship. The sole proprietorship will be considered first. This form of business is characterized above all by the fact that there are few barriers. You can get started easily. What are the requirements for setting up a sole proprietorship? It's very simple. First of all, you need to register a business. You can do this directly with your local authority. Once you have registered your business, make sure you obtain your tax number from the tax office. You can use this to pay tax on your sales and profits when preparing your balance sheet. You will also receive a tax registration form from the tax office. This must be completed so that the amount of your taxes can be determined. As you can see, there are not many barriers to setting up a sole proprietorship. However, you should carefully consider the advantages and disadvantages in order to make a sensible decision. One major advantage is obvious. Setting up a sole proprietorship is very easy. All you have to do is pay a visit to your local trade office. As soon as you have the business, you can go to the tax office and clarify everything you need to know about taxes. Another advantage is that you can keep all profits for yourself. There are no complex structures or similar that mean you have to transfer profits every day. In addition, you do not need any share capital when setting up the company. This is particularly interesting for young founders, as they do not have to raise the necessary share capital when setting up a GmbH or similar. As a sole trader, you are a so-called small business owner if you do not exceed a certain turnover limit. Under this regulation, you do not have to show VAT on your invoices. Furthermore, the formalities for setting up a company are even simpler than usual. You are also not required to prepare a balance sheet. You only have to prepare an income statement. However, you can also do this without a tax consultant. Another decisive advantage is that you do not have to keep double entry accounts. A major advantage could be that you have a good reputation with the banks if you want to borrow capital. This is mainly due to the fact that you are always personally liable as a sole trader. However, this also depends on how well you have been able to repay your loans up to the time you set up your business. However, in addition to these numerous advantages, you should also be aware that there are disadvantages. As a sole trader, you are usually also a business founder. What does that mean? This means nothing other than that you should be aware that you are liable with your entire private assets. If charges are brought against you and you are not sufficiently protected, this can lead to the destruction of your own livelihood. However, you can also use various insurance policies and services at this point. This gives you the advantage of being covered even in the extreme case of a consumer being charged. Under no circumstances should you underestimate this security. Another important point is that, as a sole trader, you are a lone fighter. You cannot rely on other shareholders or partners to support you. This means that you must always be aware of your risk. The final disadvantage is that you cannot easily increase your equity capital. On the contrary, you have to finance any increase in your equity from your own resources. The alternative, of course, would be to take out debt capital. However, nowadays, more and more banks tend not to lend capital so easily, especially to startups. This makes it more difficult to find a favorable loan for your startup. As a sole proprietor, you do not have any other shareholders or partners, but you do have the advantage of being able to seek advice from experts. They can help you find the optimal solution to your problems. Another crucial point is that you can also deal with your equity in advance. You can think about what the various structures need to be so that you remain liquid in the long term. Finally, let's look at the sole proprietorship from an investor's perspective. If you want to support a sole proprietorship with capital, you should be aware of one thing. You cannot acquire shares in the company in question. On the contrary, you can only contractually retain a certain share of the profits. Another crucial point is that your decision is very risky. A sole proprietor is exposed to a high level of risk, and accordingly, it is the investors who leave their capital in a sole proprietorship. It is best to protect yourself in advance and find out as much as possible about the person who founded the company in question. With a sole proprietorship, a lot depends on the founder. Accordingly, you should also get to know the owner of the respective company in order to really develop yourself further. Not only to develop yourself, but ultimately to ensure that your capital is maximized in a sensible way. The big advantage of investing in a sole proprietorship is obvious. You've been there from the beginning. Think about one thing. If you had the opportunity to invest in Google today when the company was still very small, would you do so? Almost nobody would say no to this aspect. If you invest in such young companies, you can maximize your return very quickly. However, you need a feel for good and bad companies. You only develop this eye through longer experience in the investment sector. The capital you invest in individual companies should be seen as a form of gambling money. The partnerships. General partnership. Another company form that you can choose when setting up a company is the so-called general partnership. A general partnership is an abbreviation for a general partnership. In this case, several shareholders come together and form a company. According to the definition of commercial law, a general partnership is a partnership. What does that mean? This means nothing more than that the general partnership has natural persons as liable parties. In this form of company, the partners must be liable both with the company's own capital and with their own capital, and thus with their private assets. So what is the difference to a sole proprietorship? The advantages of a general partnership are many and varied. One major advantage of this type of company is that you do not need any minimum capital. You only need at least 2 shareholders to successfully set up the company. Another decisive advantage is that the general partnership can consist of both natural and legal persons. In the case of legal entities, you benefit from the fact that you no longer have to be liable with your own capital. Otherwise, you have the usual procedure, which also applies to many other types of company. You can open insolvency proceedings. In addition, the general partnership can also be a shareholder of another company. Another decisive advantage is that you have shareholders who have equal rights. Of course, it ultimately depends on the respective personalities to what extent they can support you or not. However, it can be said that choosing the right shareholders gives you a decisive advantage. You can delegate tasks and also ensure that you always have advisors by your side. In addition, you do not have to attend all legal appointments. It is perfectly sufficient for one shareholder to be present, as they are authorized to represent the company externally. A basic building block of the general partnership is that you must conclude a partnership agreement. This is also a key difference when you compare this type of company with a sole proprietorship. If parts of the shareholders' agreement are not meaningful, the relevant provisions of the German Commercial Code apply. But what is actually recorded in the shareholders' agreement? This ensures that all company-specific aspects are explained. For example, voting rights are allocated, and the amount of contributions that each individual must pay is determined. In addition, the procedure for the withdrawal of a shareholder is defined. The case of the death of a shareholder is also regulated. Now that you have gained an insight into the advantages of the general partnership, the disadvantages should of course also be highlighted. One major disadvantage is the full liability of all shareholders. You should also bear in mind that you have to keep double-entry bookkeeping. This means that you will usually have to call on a tax consultant right from the start of the company. This results in high fixed costs that may not be covered. You should also be aware that the shareholders must be in agreement. The success of a general partnership depends largely on whether or not the partners are in agreement. You should also be aware of one aspect. The legal form of a general partnership can only be chosen by fully qualified merchants. You should ask yourself the following question before setting up the company. Are there other merchants with whom you can set up the company? They should all pursue the same goal in order to operate effectively. For a lender or investor, an investment in a general partnership is already more secure than an investment in a sole proprietorship. The general partnership has deposits that the shareholders can draw on. In addition, at least two people are always involved in the formation of this type of company. This means that higher loans can also be granted. The liquidity of the persons ultimately also increases the liquidity of the respective company. You no longer have to worry about a guarantee or similar, as you have several people who are involved with you in the respective company. There is one point you should not ignore: the choice of company name. This is still chosen incorrectly, time and time again. In the case of a general partnership, you should make sure that the company is recognizable as a merchant. You should avoid misleading information, and any similarity to existing companies must be ruled out. The next point is of crucial importance, as this is often done incorrectly. The abbreviation Offene Handelsgesellschaft must always be present in the name. If there is no natural person in a general partnership who is liable for the company, this should be made clear. Legislation stipulates that the name must make it clear whether a natural person is liable or not. A general partnership is formed in just a few steps. One of the reasons for setting up this type of company may be that you want to secure sales advantages. Up to a turnover of just under $500,000, you can register as a civil law partnership. In commerce, this corresponds to a small business, which has already been introduced. Another significant difference to a sole proprietorship is that the formation of a general partnership is entered in the commercial register. The local court is responsible for this. The registration must be carried out by a notary. Please note that you will incur costs at the beginning. The formation costs are therefore much higher than for a sole proprietorship. When the company is entered in the commercial register, care is taken to ensure that all shareholders are entered with their registered office. In addition, the power of representation in relation to the company is determined. Another important point is that branch offices must also be registered. Of course, as with a sole proprietorship, you must also register the company with the trade office. After all, you cannot set up a business without a trade license, so you should bear that in mind. You can also refuse a shareholder's right of representation. To do this, you must make a note of this in the shareholders' agreement. Joint representation can also be agreed. You can also become part of a general partnership as a minor. Please note, however, that you cannot yet exercise all rights in full. The legislation limits various aspects here. It is best if you discuss this topic in detail with the notary. As you can see, you have a lot of freedom with the general partnership if you use it to your advantage. However, make sure that you meet all the requirements for setting up this company. Most general partnerships fail because the partners cannot reach an agreement. Therefore, make sure in advance that you select the right people for the relevant areas of the company. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. The partnerships, silent company. Another important type of company that you will come across again and again is the so-called silent partnership. What characterizes a silent partnership and what are the advantages? Basically, it should be noted that this form of company differs from the other forms of company, mainly because it does not appear externally. It is purely an internal company. Two people are required to set up a dormant partnership. The first person is the owner of the respective company, while the second person is the silent partner. This person joins the company and has a right of control. They have no right to manage the company. In addition, the silent partner must of course also make a contribution. The amount of this contribution is decisive. Liability is only limited to the amount of the contribution made by the silent partner. Another crucial point is that the silent partner assumes the position of a creditor if the company becomes insolvent. This means that they can reclaim the amount they have invested. So what are the advantages of this type of company? One major advantage is that you can be advised by your silent partner. Especially when setting up a company, it can be an advantage if you can make use of one or two advisory services. Many people do not know how to regulate and set up different areas of their company. At this point, you can fall back on a silent partner. They can quickly give you a helping hand with one thing or another. Of course, this depends on which specialist area the partner supports. Another important advantage is that you receive an invisible loan. What is an invisible loan? It's simpler than you might think. An invisible loan is a loan that simply does not appear to the outside world. The dormant partnership does not have to be entered in the commercial register, nor does the shareholder have any other public presence. Nevertheless, they must make a contribution so that they can participate in the company. This means that you ultimately have a higher proportion of equity that you can use. Of course, the silent partner can request reports from time to time to make sure that everything is running smoothly. But the main advantage is that you don't have to worry about whether the company in question will become publicly visible and thus reduce your creditworthiness. You also have a very high degree of economic flexibility. If you want to join a company as a silent partner, you have complete freedom. You can decide how much you want to invest and how long you want the contract to run. Which brings us to another advantage. You are free to choose when you want to exit. When you set up a dormant partnership, you do not enter into any conditions. This means that you are free to choose how much you want to invest and when you want to leave. Of course, the entrepreneur can ultimately decide whether or not all these conditions suit him. As a rule, however, very few entrepreneurs will refuse to take on a silent partner. Now we come to a really important point: the distribution of profits and an exclusion or limitation on participation in losses. As explained at the beginning, the silent partner is only liable up to the amount of his contribution. It should also be noted that the silent partner does not necessarily have to participate directly in the profits. This can be set out in a contract. If you wish to share in the profits, you should also mention this explicitly. This way, the respective entrepreneurs know that you should set this up accordingly. You are also free to choose the amount. You decide what percentage of the profit seems appropriate to you. Of course, the entrepreneur must agree, but you have the advantage that you are co-financing a large part of the business, so there is a relationship of dependency. However, you should also bear in mind that you are working together on a profit-sharing basis. You should not ignore this under any circumstances. Now we come to another advantage that you enjoy as a silent partner. You have no additional funding obligations. You make a one-off contribution and this remains in place. You do not agree to any clauses stating that you must increase the amount of your contribution by a certain percentage every year. If you have agreed to such a condition and regret it, you should get a lawyer to help you. You can usually cancel these contracts, but this can also vary. As you can see, investing in a dormant company is a quick process. However, make sure that you choose the ideal company for your needs. Finally, the personal component must not be neglected. You must be on the same wavelength as the entrepreneur in question or the other shareholders. This is the basic prerequisite for successful cooperation. The partnerships. Limited partnership. Let us now turn to a company form that is very frequently chosen in Germany, the limited partnership. This company is abbreviated to limited partnership. This form of company is also a partnership. However, this form differs greatly from the other partnerships. You need to be aware that there are both limited partners and general partners. The general partners make a contribution and have the right to manage the respective company. However, it should be noted at this point that the general partners are also liable with their own assets. Limited partners, on the other hand, make a contribution and are only liable up to the amount of the contribution. This is a key difference that many people overlook with limited partnerships. Another crucial point is the division of management rights. Limited partners can only act on behalf of the respective company in external relations. However, the general partners decide on all business-related decisions. As can be seen from this network of relationships, there must always be two people to form a limited partnership. One person must register as a general partner, while the other person should register as a limited partner. You may have heard of the Gesellschaft mit beschränkter Haftung and Kompanie Kommanditgesellschaft. This type of company is a hybrid form. Although the limited liability company has not yet been presented in detail, this hybrid form will be briefly explained in this section. In the case of the limited liability company and limited partnership, you have a legal entity as a company representative. However, this person is only liable with the equity of the limited partnership. What are the advantages of a limited partnership? One major advantage of a limited partnership is that you don't have to worry about how much you have to contribute. You can set up a limited partnership without any minimum capital. As mentioned above, limited partners are only liable up to the amount of their contribution. A limited partnership also gives you a high credit rating. However, there are also disadvantages that should not be overlooked. One major disadvantage is that an entry in the commercial register is required. You will need to visit a notary for this. This means that you already have high fixed costs to cover when setting up the company. Another crucial point is the choice of partners. Similar to a general partnership, the success of a limited partnership is determined by the choice of suitable partners. This is because the general partners of a limited partnership have a right of representation in the external relationship. Accordingly, it is all the more important that they act in line with the company's objectives. Furthermore, the limited partners must also internalize the company's objectives. If this is not the case, the limited partnership cannot be managed optimally. Therefore, when choosing your partners, pay attention to which areas they could take on. Ultimately, you will have a great advantage if you divide up the different areas and thus ensure that you get the most out of your company. The main component when setting up a limited partnership is the Articles of Association. What is a partnership agreement anyway? This is usually drawn up with the help of a notary. It lists the shareholders and all their contributions. In addition, the purpose of the company is explained and the duration is determined. The term limited partnership must appear in the name of the company. Another important aspect is that the management is defined. Similar to a general partnership, not all partners need to be involved in the management. Participation in the losses and profits of the limited partnership is also clarified. Another crucial point is that all shareholder meetings and resolutions are recorded in the agreement. The exclusion of certain partners is also specified. Finally, it is also ensured that shareholder shares are transferred. All of this is recorded in the agreement so that the formation of a limited partnership also takes place within the legal framework. Another disadvantage of the limited partnership is that you are obliged to keep double entry accounts. This is usually associated with additional costs for you, as double entry bookkeeping is much more extensive than simple bookkeeping. In addition, a limited partnership must draw up an annual balance sheet at the end of each year. Another important aspect is that you also have to take care of a profit and loss account. As you can see, you cannot avoid a tax advisor with a limited partnership. However, you should see this as a positive. A tax advisor can save you money, whereas you would not be able to do this if you were taxed yourself. The limited partnership is subject to a total of 3 different types of tax. These are income tax, trade tax, and VAT. In the first step, the profits of the company are allocated to each individual partner. The company itself is therefore not subject to income tax. This is because each shareholder must pay tax on their own share of the profits. If the shareholder is a natural person, income tax is payable. However, if the partner is not a natural person, but rather a legal entity, corporation tax is payable. However, the limited partnership is always subject to trade tax. You do not have to pay trade tax up to an allowance of just under 24,500 euros. You also have the advantage with a limited partnership that you can invoke the small business regulation. This means that you do not have to pay VAT. The partnerships. Company under civil law. The next type of company considered in this chapter is the civil law partnership. Have you ever heard of a civil law partnership? This form of company is the simplest form of partnership. You can set up a civil law partnership with either 2 natural or legal persons. Of course, Both should want to achieve a common legal business purpose. The formation is very simple. You don't have many modalities and can get straight down to business. You don't have a minimum investment. You can even ensure that a civil law partnership is formed by itself. All you need to form a company is a partnership agreement. This can also be formulated verbally. However, it is advisable to put the agreement in writing. The reason for this approach is very simple. If you later disagree with the other partners, this approach gives you security. A civil law partnership has some special legal features compared to other companies. An important special feature of this legal form is that it is not an actual company, as defined by the German Commercial Code. Accordingly, you are not obliged to enter your company in the commercial register. If you operate a civil law partnership with a commercial business, it automatically becomes a general partnership. This also means that an entry in the commercial register is required. Another exception applies to all persons who operate a small business. In principle, they are not considered merchants within the meaning of the German Commercial Code. Another important advantage of a civil law partnership is that you have simple bookkeeping. You do not have to have double-entry bookkeeping and can draw up a simple income surplus statement. However, in addition to these two major advantages, there are also disadvantages that should be mentioned. A major disadvantage is liability and management. You can stipulate the management by contract, whereas this is not possible in the case of liability. All partners are jointly and severally liable in a civil law partnership. What does this term mean? This term indicates that all partners are liable with both the company's assets and their private assets. You should also be aware that you must agree the company's objectives with the other partners. Otherwise, the failure of the civil law partnership is almost guaranteed, which is of course fatal. You cannot limit your liability. Accordingly, you should handle your capital carefully in order to avoid any risks. Finally, some of the main advantages and disadvantages of the civil law partnership should be highlighted once again. One thing is certain, the high degree of flexibility speaks in favor of this form of company in all cases. What's more, you don't have to spend a lot of time on unnecessary formation formalities. Formation is very quick and easy, so you can get straight down to business. As the previous sections have made clear, you do not need double-entry bookkeeping. Furthermore, the law does not prescribe a specific form for the contract. This means that you have a free choice and can ultimately decide how to draw up the contract. A major advantage is the borrowing of outside capital. Sole traders do not have such easy access to outside capital. This is due to the fact that sole proprietorships are usually startups. You should also bear in mind that sole proprietorships do not have large sales at the beginning. This ultimately leads to the point that you have virtually no opportunity to raise outside capital. This is different with a civil law partnership. It is much easier for you to obtain outside capital from banks and invest it. You also have a free choice of managing director for this type of company. Here too, the law gives you a great deal of freedom. However, the disadvantages are also clear from the fact that you have so much freedom. For example, it is sometimes not clear which legal situation the civil law partnership is subject to. Furthermore, the profits from the company are taxed privately. This naturally increases the tax burden for each individual partner. Joint and several liability is another disadvantage. A further disadvantage could be that all shareholders must unanimously agree on important decisions. This can lead to decisions in the strategic and operational running of a company being delayed considerably, although this does not always have to be the case. Another major disadvantage is that you cannot run a commercial business. This naturally restricts many areas of business. However, you should consider this aspect before you set up your company. Find out which sector you want to target. Then, with a little research, you will have already found out which types of business are excluded. In this way, you can consciously narrow down your options right from the start and ultimately ensure that you don't fall into any legal traps. Another disadvantage is that you have limited legal capacity. This is also due to the fact that you have a high degree of flexibility. This gives you many advantages on the one hand, but also disadvantages that arise due to the sometimes poorly defined legal situation. Corporate forms. Please note that the company forms discussed here apply in the European Union, particularly in Germany. Other countries have very similar company forms. Before setting up a company, find out in detail about the possibilities in your country. Tax consultants, the relevant authorities or lawyers can help you with this. Corporations. Public limited company corporations include, among others, the stock corporation. This is often abbreviated to public limited company. What are the advantages of a public limited company, and how is it structured? This type of company will be dealt with first in the context of corporations, before the other corporations are discussed in detail. You should be aware that a public limited company only becomes interesting if you want to raise large amounts. This is because the share capital of a public limited company, which you can also regard as its equity capital, is divided into shares. To set up a public limited company, you must raise 50,000 euros by issuing shares. These shares have a certain nominal value at which they are issued. However, it should be noted in advance that there are high organizational requirements. There must be at least one shareholder for the company to be founded. If this is the case, it is a so-called one-person public limited company. In addition to this person, there may be other legal and natural persons. The supervisory board must also consist of at least 3 persons. The great advantage of the public limited company is its liability. You are no longer liable with your private assets. On the contrary, you are only liable with the company's assets. However, the formation process can also take a long time. This is due to the fact that you have to draw up articles of association. All regulations must be written down in this. Ultimately, this means that you will have to deal extensively with a notary before you can set up your public limited company. In addition to the 50,000 euros that you need to raise by issuing shares, you should not ignore the actual formation costs. The actual startup costs are borne by the founder. These costs usually amount to just under 2,500 euros. However, these costs depend on the share capital. Another important point is that your public limited company must be entered in the commercial register. This aspect can also take a long time, so you should allow for delays. Within public limited company, you will need to use a tax consultant. This is because you have to publish annual financial statements at the end of each year. You also need to ensure that you have proper double-entry bookkeeping. You should also bear in mind the management rights. Contrary to popular belief, the management board does not have sole management rights. This is divided between the management board, the supervisory board, and the annual general meeting. Now let's look at the advantages and disadvantages of a public limited company. One major advantage is that you can easily raise equity capital. All you have to do is acquire additional shareholders for your company. You also have good continuity and can make additional contributions in kind to the share capital. Another important advantage is that the shareholders can be changed at will. You can appoint external directors without having to sell any company shares. One decisive advantage is liability. You are only liable with your company assets and not with your private assets. You also have the advantage when founding a public limited company that the shareholders do not have to be exclusively natural persons. On the contrary, the shareholders can also be legal entities. You also have the advantage that the public limited company is one of the best-known forms of company in Germany. This gives you a serious impression when talking to other company representatives, which can make a big difference. If you have a small public limited company, you should be prepared for various options for expansion. One of these possibilities is, for example, that you have the option of going public at a later date. In addition, there is not necessarily a right of co-determination for employees. As you can see, the advantages of a public limited company usually boil down to the fact that it creates a professional and reputable impression in the external relationship. Corporations, limited liability company. Next, let's move on to the limited liability company. You will most likely have heard of this already. But what is a limited liability company, and why might it be worth setting one up? First of all, let's look at the advantages of this type of company. A limited liability company, like a public limited company, is a corporation. This means that one major advantage is that you have a high degree of flexibility. Of course, You also have obligations that you must observe under all circumstances. However, after all these requirements, you have a high degree of flexibility in the design of the shareholders' agreement and the change of shareholders. Company succession should also be mentioned at this point. Another decisive advantage, which is why many people favor the formation of a limited liability company, is quite simple. The limited liability of a limited liability company offers a certain security that many people appreciate. They no longer have to be personally liable. One of the reasons for this is that a limited liability company is a legal entity and not a natural person. This gives you the decisive advantage that you no longer have to worry about your own well-being. In addition to these two major advantages, there are also disadvantages that speak against the formation of a limited liability company. The first disadvantage is the high minimum capital requirement. Not just anyone can set up a limited liability company. This only happens over time, once the necessary capital is available. In the first step, founders must pay in 25,000 euros as share capital before they can set up a limited liability company. This sum puts many people off, and understandably so. After all, not everyone can raise 25,000 euros just like that. The advantage is that you can use this sum later for trading. You can conclude transactions and use some of the money you have paid in to pay for these transactions. Another major disadvantage is that the amount of work involved is very high. A limited liability company always involves a lot of work. When setting up the company alone, you have to comply with numerous formalities that involve a corresponding amount of work. A limited liability company must be entered in the commercial register and also notarized. In addition, the bookkeeping and accounting for this type of company requires enormous effort. If you fail in one of these tasks, you will face serious challenges. These will not only affect the limited liability company itself, but also you as an individual. To help you avoid these risks, it is advisable to seek the help of a tax advisor. They know how the accounting and bookkeeping of a limited liability company should be carried out. The disadvantage is that a tax consultant is associated with high fixed costs that you may not be able to bear at the beginning. Another risk is the risk of personal liability. With the last sentence, you may be wondering whether you have really read correctly. You have. Actually, shareholders are not liable with their personal assets if you have a limited liability company. However, it is different if they breach their duty of care. Even at the beginning, you may be personally liable. This is due to the borrowing of outside capital. Accordingly, you should be prepared to be personally liable for borrowing. Another potential problem could be the clear separation between company and shareholder assets. If you simply take something from the cash register, this can have serious consequences. There is a clear separation between the assets belonging to the company and those belonging to the shareholders. Profits are of course distributed, but this also depends on the shares. The separation of all assets is more difficult than you might think. You may make a small, unconscious mistake in practice. This can have serious legal consequences for you. So what is the bottom line for a limited liability company? It can certainly be worthwhile if you have sufficient capital at the start. However, if you do not have enough capital available, this can be critical. You may not have enough capital available to set up a limited liability company. In this case, you should be prepared to invest your capital in the company itself. In this way, you can ensure that you maximize your capital before setting up a limited liability company later on. When founding a company with several shareholders, you should consider another important question. Ask yourself whether your fellow campaigners want to bear the costs associated with the limited liability company. Otherwise, your limited liability company will be doomed to failure as soon as it is founded. You should avoid this at all costs. You should also consider the main advantage of the limited liability company. How important is the limited liability aspect? Does it really need to be an essential part of your limited liability company or not? If you can answer this question in the negative, other forms of company may be suitable for you. It may even be that a sole proprietorship is completely sufficient at the beginning. However, you should also be aware that you bear a higher risk. If you do not mind this risk, you are welcome to use this type of company. You can also fall back on an entrepreneurial company. You can set this up with a contribution of just a few euros. The advantage of an entrepreneurial company is that you can easily expand it into a GmbH at a later date. You can also ensure that you only have limited liability. However, this also depends on your assets. If you have only deposited 100 euros, and this corresponds to your total assets of the entrepreneurial company, you can only be liable up to this amount. Another decisive advantage of the Unternehmergesellschaft is that you can set it up for all kinds of activities. When it comes to taxation, you should be aware that you have to pay corporation tax. This offers the advantage of lower taxes compared to a sole proprietorship. In addition to the variable shareholder agreement, you benefit from the fact that a shareholder can also be an employee of the company. You can also claim any personnel costs. Selling an entrepreneurial company is also very simple. All you have to do is sell the shares that are divided among the partners. Finally, it should be mentioned that the shareholders of an entrepreneurial company can be both natural and legal persons. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. Corporations, limited liability company, and limited partnership. In addition to the actual GmbH, there is also a special form of limited liability company, the limited liability company and limited partnership. But what is the advantage of this mixed company form? The first advantage is that the limited liability company acts as a personally liable partner. This ensures that no natural person is liable for the company's debts. Another important point is that the limited liability company is not tied to the capital of the limited partnership. However, it represents the limited partnership externally. Another advantage is that the shareholdings in the limited partnership do not have to lead to an automatic shareholding in the limited liability company. It should also be noted that the managing director of the limited liability company can be responsible for the entire management of the company without having a stake in the limited partnership. Another major advantage of this mixed company form is that no articles of association need to be filed with the commercial register. This allows you to act without third parties having any insight into your activities. In addition, you should not ignore the tax advantages of this mixed company form. However, you should have these explained to you in detail by a tax consultant, as the complexity is very high. As you can see, the advantages are significant, but that is by no means all. Of course, you should also consider the disadvantages before setting up a company. One major disadvantage is that the formation costs are very high. If the time and effort involved in setting up a limited liability company scares you, you may want to steer clear of a limited liability company and limited partnership. The reason for this is quite simple. You have to ensure that two companies are formed. You should also be aware that this cannot work without the right expertise. Another important disadvantage is that the formation is very cost-intensive compared to other companies. The formalities should also not be overlooked. The third major disadvantage of this mixed company form is that the accounting effort is even greater than for other companies. Another reason for this is that two companies have to be founded and managed. Of course, this must also be recorded in the accounts. As you can see, there are both major advantages and disadvantages to this type of company. You have to decide for yourself whether you want to take the risk right from the start. It would make more sense if you only consider the right type of company later on. In the beginning, it is usually sufficient to set up a sole proprietorship. This will ensure that you can get off to an entrepreneurial start. Later on, you can consider setting up a limited liability company or similar. This will ensure that you minimize the risk in the further course of your business. You also have the advantage that you no longer have to worry about whether or not you will lose your private assets. Corporations. Partnership limited by shares. The partnership limited by shares is the next type of company to be considered in this section. This type of company is also a corporation. As the name suggests, it is a hybrid between a stock corporation and a limited partnership. The formation of a partnership limited by shares offers you various advantages and disadvantages. One advantage, for example, is that it is easier to raise capital. Despite large capital contributions, it also ensures that the shareholders are tied to the company. Furthermore, the management board has a stronger position in this type of company than in a stock corporation. The partnership limited by shares is also very resistant to takeovers. In addition to these advantages, however, there are also disadvantages that can limit the decision to establish a partnership limited by shares. One major disadvantage is that the general partner must be personally liable for the company with a high capital contribution. If this is a natural person, this can be a major initial hurdle. However, you should bear in mind that legal entities can also be general partners. If this is the case, the advantage is that this disadvantage is mitigated. You should also bear in mind that limited partners do not have a large sphere of influence in this type of company. You should also bear in mind the high share capital required to set up the company. As a company grows, it may make sense to resort to this type of company. However, this only happens over time. At the beginning, your capital can certainly be invested elsewhere, where it can generate a better return. Ultimately, however, you have to make a decision for yourself. Nobody can make this decision for you. Another disadvantage of a partnership limited by shares is that a legal entity as general partner is highly complex. As a rule, you will have to rely on experts to understand the company structure. Corporations, registered cooperative. Finally, we will look at another type of company, registered cooperative. What makes it special, and what are the advantages and disadvantages of this type of company? A registered cooperative is characterized by the fact that it is only obliged to promote the interests of cooperatives. It is sufficient for 3 natural or legal persons to form such a cooperative. In addition, the business field of a registered cooperative is very diverse. For example, you can be economically, culturally, and socially active with such a cooperative. In contrast to the other forms of company, the registered cooperative is a democratic form of company. Each individual member has a vote. The amount of capital participation is irrelevant. If you want to make structural changes to your cooperative, you should be prepared for the fact that 3/4 of all votes must be in favor. However, this also gives you the advantage of a high degree of stability. In a cooperative, you do not always have to elect a supervisory board. If you have a small cooperative with fewer than 20 members, you can confidently do without a supervisory board. There is also an advantage for the members of a cooperative. They are only liable up to the amount of their contribution. The private assets of the members are not touched under any circumstances. Overall, a registered cooperative is a very insolvency-proof form of business. However, you should be aware that the formation process can be very time-consuming. In addition, decisions can be delayed considerably. If you want to make quick and flexible decisions that cause structural changes, you will be at a disadvantage with a registered cooperative. The company forms listed here originate from Germany or the European Union. Other countries may have other similar company forms. The structure of consolidated financial statements. For investors, the income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow statement of a company are of crucial importance. In this chapter, you will learn all about these 3 key topics. You will also gain an insight into the structure of consolidated financial statements in accordance with IFRS. Before we delve deeper into the topic, one question needs to be clarified. What is IFRS anyway? IFRS is an abbreviation and actually stands for International Financial Reporting Standards. What does this mean? In concrete terms, this means that it specifies international regulations or rules for the accounting of commercial enterprises. The regulations were adopted by the International Accounting Standards Board, IASB. The aim is to harmonize accounting worldwide. In the case of IFRS, a decision should also be made. There are some companies that are obliged to prepare their financial statements and balance sheet in accordance with these standards. These companies are capital market-oriented companies. The term capital market-oriented is defined in this context by the fact that, for example, parent companies are admitted to trading on an organized capital market within the European Union. In addition to these companies, which are obliged to prepare their financial statements in accordance with international standards, other companies have the choice. If the capital market-oriented parent company does not operate within the framework described above, companies can still prepare their financial statements in accordance with IFRS. But what are the reasons for such accounting? There are a number of good reasons to prepare accounts in accordance with IFRS. The main objective of IFRS is to provide investors and creditors with important information that they can use for their activities. Experts are of the opinion that it can make sense for two types of companies to resort to accounting in accordance with IFRS guidelines. On the one hand, these are companies that see a prospective application in this accounting method. These include companies that want to raise capital on the market in the medium or long term. In this way, these companies can gain experience at an early stage, which can be useful in the further course of the company. On the other hand, competition for potential investors should not be excluded. Numerous companies are competing for investors to support their product or help them build the company. In this competition, it is crucial what information investors receive at what point in time. If only figures that are comparable at a national level are available, this can be disadvantageous for investors. As a rule, they have to compare numerous companies with one another. This gives rise to the following problem. How can a company from Germany be compared with other international companies if it only prepares its accounts in accordance with German law? This problem becomes more and more serious with increasing growth. Accordingly, it can make sense for many companies, especially in the technical sector, to prepare their accounts in accordance with IFRS. Now that you have learned what the basic requirements are, the next section of this chapter will focus on the annual and consolidated financial statements. What needs to be considered here, and how can a balance sheet be read correctly? A company's annual report usually contains the consolidated financial statements and the group management report. In addition to these two central components, some companies also attach the annual financial statements of the parent company. What is the difference between annual and consolidated financial statements? Do you know what the difference is between these two degrees? Choosing the right financial statements plays a decisive role in further analysis. If you look at a company's consolidated financial statements, you have the advantage of gaining a more comprehensive insight into the net assets, financial position, and results of operations. You also gain an insight into the company's cash flows. In contrast, the annual financial statements must be approved for each subsidiary group. This only reflects the economic situation of an individual company. The consolidated financial statements show the economic situation of an entire group of companies. In consolidated financial statements, the various companies in a group are thus presented in such a way that they are different group companies of a single company. The following is done to ensure that this can also be shown mathematically. The balance sheets and income statements of the subsidiaries and parent companies are added together. In addition, intra-group interrelationships, such as liabilities or sales revenue, are eliminated. Intercompany transactions are still included in the annual financial statements of a company. Why do the annual financial statements of a parent company not provide accurate information about the course of business? Before the individual components of consolidated financial statements are explained, the above question should first be addressed. This is because many investors are unaware that the parent company of a group is generally not directly active on the market. The operating results of the parent company are generated by the various subsidiaries. In later years, distributions may then be made to the parent company. This makes one aspect clear. The parent company does not reflect the result generated in a period. It must be ensured that all results are consolidated. This ultimately ensures that a true reflection of the group or group of companies is created. The components of the IFRS consolidated financial statements. Consolidated financial statements in accordance with IFRS have different components. The balance sheet, the statement of comprehensive income, the cash flow statement, and the notes are among the main components. The management report is not a required component under IFRS. But what does a company's management report contain? The management report takes on a strongly verbal role. As a rule, it is a management report. In the management report, the course of business is recorded alongside the situation of the group. In addition, such a report presents the expected development of the company. All risks and opportunities are presented so that investors can gain a clear picture of the company's situation, while the other components of the consolidated financial statements only look at the actual situation. The management report goes a little further. The annual report and the consolidated financial statements. The annual report fulfills one purpose. It presents the company in question to the interested public. The scope and structure of this report are not prescribed by law. However, the annual report usually contains the consolidated financial statements and the group management report. The IFRS regulations and the requirements of commercial law apply to these two instruments. The content and formal structure must be based on these two regulations. Once the annual financial statements have been completed, they are usually audited by the auditor. The auditor's opinion usually relates to the consolidated financial statements and the group management report. The annual report, therefore, contains aspects that are standardized by law, as well as aspects that can be freely designed by the company. The following section focuses on the consolidated financial statements and the group management report. The Statement of Comprehensive Income. The Statement of Comprehensive Income provides an insight into the business success of the company. The IFRS income statement is a two-part statement. In addition to the respective profit or loss for a period, other comprehensive income is also shown. If both components are added together, the result is the so-called total comprehensive income. This total comprehensive income therefore includes all profits and losses generated in a financial year. If the changes in equity are now added to this total comprehensive income, this means that the total changes in equity can be shown. According to IFRS, total comprehensive income can be presented in various ways. For example, it can be a component of the financial statements. In this case, both the profit and the loss are merely an intermediate figure. After the profit or loss, other comprehensive income is then illustrated. In this way, the sum of both results can ultimately be shown. An alternative method of presentation is as follows. The overall result is illustrated in two financial statement components. In this case, there are also two different statements. The first statement, the profit and loss account, shows all expenses and income. It therefore always ends with the respective profit or loss of a company in a corresponding period. This statement is followed by a second statement that shows the overall result, taking into account other results. This second calculation is then the consolidated statement of comprehensive income. In practice, you will find both variants. The terms for the respective financial statement components and the designation of the components can be chosen by each company. These, therefore, also differ greatly in practice. The profit or loss is therefore not described as such, but rather as the annual result. In addition to this term, the term profit-loss for the period or net income is also used in practice. Now that the consolidated statement of comprehensive income has been discussed in detail, the presentation of other comprehensive income will be illustrated. This should also be presented in two sub-components. The first group is represented by all those items that are never reclassified to profit or loss. The second group, on the other hand, consists of all those items that can be reclassified to profit or loss under certain circumstances. The IFRS standards form the guidelines for this. They describe which income and expenses are included in profit or loss. The difference between profit-loss and other comprehensive income. As already mentioned, the IFRS standards specify which income and which expenses are to be recognized in profit or loss. They also specify which amounts must be recognized in other comprehensive income. In practice, this repeatedly leads to ambiguities. In order to avoid this, an attempt has been made to explain this. This describes that the profit or loss is essentially the profit contribution from central business activities. This result can therefore also be interpreted in another way. It indicates the performance of the business model. In order for a business model to be implemented, management must primarily make operational but also financial decisions. Accordingly, the result for the period is voluntarily divided into an operating result and a financial result. Other comprehensive income only includes changes in value, such as those of assets or liabilities. These changes in value result from changes in market data. What characterizes these changes? They are characterized by the central aspect that they are not cash effective in the first instance. It is therefore not possible to predict when these changes will lead to an inflow or outflow of cash for a group over time. The pension provision should be taken as an example here. An increase in this figure would result in a negative effect being recognized in other comprehensive income. However, payments will only be made at a later date, which will have a significant impact on business activities. The tax effects of other comprehensive income also follow a certain pattern. The deferred taxes of the individual items of other comprehensive income are either included directly in the statement of comprehensive income or alternatively disclosed in the notes to the consolidated financial statements. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. How reliable is the overall result? This is a crucial question that plays a decisive role, especially before a possible investment in a company. As a first step, it should be noted that the income statement according to IFRS, like that according to German commercial law, is not based on measurable receipts and payments. Estimates are required for a large number of existing items, which means that the values stated can also be subject to errors. This problem is already evident in the initial figure in the income statement. This is because sales revenue is not only defined as the cash inflow from the sale of goods and services. Revenue may also have been generated in other ways that cannot be represented accordingly. Accordingly, care is taken in an estimate to ensure that revenue is recognized upstream. Ultimately, this ensures that potential sales revenues that lead to cash inflows at a later date are recognized in the period in which they would actually have been generated. This is merely an example of the fact that expenses and income are based on a large number of assumptions about future events. You should therefore be aware that these estimated figures may also be revised in the next period. These estimates, which are subject to risk, can pose a problem. However, the notes to the consolidated financial statements always include a report on which estimates have been revised and how this was achieved. The aim is to provide investors with transparency about the extent to which the company's earnings have fallen or risen. At this point, a crucial question arises. How can the reliability of the results be determined? The reliability of the results. How should a company make it clear that the stated results are truly reliable? To enable the reader to assess the extent of the valuation uncertainties, the notes to the consolidated financial statements contain a great deal of information on the valuation standards used. For example, if fair values are estimated as present values, the notes also contain the underlying standards. This applies in particular to the interest rate used for the estimate. Accordingly, one thing is certain. A look at the notes is essential. You should get an overview of the contents of the notes so that you can correctly classify the results of a group. This will ultimately ensure that you obtain a reasonable, realistic picture of the result. The structure of the income statement. The structure of the profit and loss account plays a decisive role. There are two different approaches: the cost of sales method and the nature of expense method. In the total cost method, the total performance of the respective period is shown. In addition to sales revenue, services that could not yet be sold in the respective period are also shown. These services may include changes in inventories or own work capitalized. The total operating performance is then compared with the expenses in the financial period. The cost of sales method uses a different procedure to illustrate the result. In this method, the first step is to compare the services rendered or sales revenue with the cost of sales. It does not matter in which financial year the cost of sales was incurred. Accordingly, there are differences, for example, in the case of goods that were manufactured for stock. Another difference arises from the fact that expenses are classified differently. In the total cost method, it is common for all expenses to be broken down by corresponding expense types. For example, there is the cost of materials or personnel expenses. In the cost of sales method, there are no different types according to which expenses are classified. On the contrary, care is taken to ensure that sales revenues are directly compared with the cost of sales. There is one advantage to this approach. This is that the gross margin can be calculated directly from the subtotal, the gross profit. How do you get a quick insight? This is one of the most crucial points. After all, you want to read the financial statements and get a direct insight into the course of business. What is the best way to do this? If the management report doesn't tell you anything at first or is too complex, you can take a look at the earnings performance for an initial insight. The earnings performance shows how successful a particular group has been with a business model. Another important aspect is that you gain an insight into all operating results. A group's competitors are also analyzed. At this point, reference should of course also be made to the earnings statement. How sustainable is this at all? To do this, you need to understand how good results are achieved. Based on the information in the notes and with the help of interviews with management, analysts try to determine a pure annual result. This annual result should not include any one-off events or transactions, or extraordinary expenses or income. This forms the basis for an adequate company valuation. This can then be used to arrive at a reasonable valuation of the share. All income and expenses reported should have been caused by the company's business activities. There are some companies that meet the needs of analysts by reporting subtotals. However, the disclosure of different figures is restricted by the different sets of rules. For example, restructuring measures cannot be reported separately under the cost of sales method. This represents an obstacle for some companies. This is because restructuring measures are allocated to research, development, and production under the cost of sales method. So how are analysts supposed to obtain a pure annual result? It's not that simple. Here, one resorts to the words of the management or simply to estimates. Three key figures play a major role in analyzing a company's earnings: EBIT, EBITDA, and EBITDA. What are EBIT, EBITDA, and EBITDA? These three acronyms describe intermediate measures in the income statement. They help illustrate a company's operating performance. EBIT stands for earnings before interest and taxes. This metric corresponds to a company's operating profit. As the name suggests, it represents the profit generated before deducting interest and taxes. EBITDA stands for earnings before interest, taxes, and amortization. What is the difference between EBIT and EBITDA? The difference lies in the fact that EBITDA presents the operating result without deducting scheduled amortization. In addition to amortization, the depreciation of tangible assets is not shown. The last metric, EBITDA, stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. This figure considers all the factors described above, including scheduled depreciation and the impairment of tangible assets. What is the purpose of these metrics? The goal of these metrics is to eliminate unpredictable and non-recurring impairments. This allows for a closer approximation of a company's operational cash flow. To help you understand the significance of this metric, let's consider an example. Imagine a company has an EBITDA of $14,347 million in a given fiscal year. This is composed of the following components: operating profit of $8,450 million, scheduled depreciation of tangible assets amounting to $5,001 million, intangible assets totaling $780 million, and finally, a goodwill impairment of $116 million. As you can see, these metrics offer the advantage of providing a clear picture of a company, which can facilitate investment decisions. It is important to note that these metrics are not defined by IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards. The difference between basic and diluted earnings per share. You should understand this difference when making investment decisions. Basic earnings per share indicate how much profit the company generates per share outstanding. In contrast, diluted earnings per share also consider the so-called common stock equivalents. What does dilution mean in this context? Dilution refers to the reduction in earnings per share caused by the assumed increase in the number of shares outstanding. How can the number of shares increase? It's simpler than you might think. For example, It can happen through a capital increase. Which segment generates the highest profit contribution? This is a crucial question that may be necessary for many other decisions. Not all companies are required to provide segment reporting. Only those companies whose shares or debt securities are publicly traded or have applied for such securities to be traded on a stock exchange are required to conduct segment reporting. This can be helpful for investors in many ways. It allows them to gain insight into which business areas are generating the most profit. Additionally, investors gain an overview of all areas of the company, enabling them to make informed decisions. But how is segment reporting presented under IFRS? Under IFRS, segment reporting must follow the management approach. This means that a company's data is presented in a way that is used internally for management purposes. This segmentation applies not only to the division of segments, but also to the accounting method used. For example, if internal management is based on figures according to German Commercial Code, HGB, this also applies to segment reporting. The rationale behind this is that an external reader, such as an investor, should gain insight into the figures used internally for decision-making. This allows an external reader to make well-informed decisions. Furthermore, segment reporting should only present the key segments. Those segments that do not have a significant impact are not included. This ensures that a company's success is measured based on the most important figures. In the context of IFRS consolidated financial statements, the term impairment frequently appears. What does this term mean? The significance of impairment. IFRS establishes the following rule. All long-term assets must be examined for any indications that their value no longer matches their carrying amount. An asset is considered overvalued if its book value exceeds the discounted cash flow that it can generate. When there are indicators necessitating such an evaluation, impairment tests or other unscheduled write-downs must be performed. The reasons for these calculations can vary widely. For instance, technological obsolescence, competitive products, or insufficient returns may prompt these tests. As you can see, an impairment can occur quite swiftly. However, over time, it is also necessary to assess the recoverability of goodwill. Goodwill is not easily quantified, making its assessment more challenging. According to IFRS regulations, an impairment test must be conducted annually. It should be noted that goodwill is only valuable in conjunction with parts of the group. Consequently, it cannot be easily determined. Now you have the basics to read a consolidated income statement according to IFRS correctly. Alongside this aspect, the consolidated balance sheet must also be interpreted. The tools you need for interpreting the consolidated balance sheet will be introduced in the next chapter. What is the valuation basis for the consolidated balance sheet? How is accounting and valuation conducted? This process is simpler than you might think. Accounting and valuation are based on the assumption that the business will continue in the next fiscal year. If this assumption cannot be maintained, changes to the valuation basis must be applied. This includes determining going concern values. Once the assumption is made that the business will continue, all assets are valued at their acquisition or production costs at the time of acquisition. In subsequent fiscal years, the valuation is based on various criteria. Tangible assets, such as machinery or buildings, are regularly depreciated. Financial instruments are generally valued at their fair value. IFRS also specifies non-depreciable assets, including trademarks and goodwill. As such, they are not subject to scheduled amortization. As described in the previous section, these assets are only periodically tested for impairment. Additionally, customer receivables are recorded at the amount expected to be received. Inventories are also tested for impairment based on market prices. What leads to changes in assets and liabilities? What causes changes in assets and liabilities? Changes in a balance sheet item can result from various factors. For example, the acquisition of debt or equity can alter the relevant item. Another cause may be the execution of a write-down or write-up. One thing is clear. Without analyzing the other components of the financial statements, you cannot fully understand the changes in the consolidated balance sheet. Most companies use double-entry bookkeeping. To truly understand what has happened, you need a deep insight into the company. This understanding comes only after a thorough analysis of the entire balance sheet. For example, an increase in inventory may coincide with a decline in revenue due to reduced receivables. In the consolidated balance sheet, activated goodwill is often mentioned. What does this actually mean? Activated goodwill. In the balance sheet of a parent company, the acquisition of additional companies is recorded at the acquisition cost of the company, noted under investments in affiliates. However, in the consolidated balance sheet, these shares are not recorded as such. Instead, the acquired assets and liabilities are recorded at fair value. Goodwill is the amount by which the purchase price paid for a company exceeds the fair value of the acquired assets and liabilities. Goodwill is continually tested for impairment over time to provide investors with a degree of security. Associated companies and joint ventures. Have you ever looked at a balance sheet and wondered about the difference between these two types of enterprises? An associated company refers to a situation where a subsidiary or parent company holds shares in another company but does not fully own it. The shareholder can exert significant influence over the other company, but cannot directly enforce decisions. Such influence is typically granted with a voting share of between 20% and 50%. Associated companies are included in the consolidated financial statements. They are valued based on their proportionate equity, also known as the equity method. If an associated company retains earnings, the equity value increases. Conversely, if profits are distributed, the value decreases. A joint venture differs significantly from an associated company. One key difference is that a joint venture is jointly managed by multiple partner companies. This means that all decisions affecting the venture must be made collectively by all partners. Deferred taxes. In the business world, the term deferred taxes frequently comes up, and they are increasingly found in financial statements. How should you assess these, and what do deferred taxes indicate? Generally, it should be noted that the values in an IFRS financial statement often differ from those allowed for tax purposes. These differences can lead to future tax liabilities, deferred tax liabilities, or tax assets, deferred tax assets, that must be included in the consolidated financial statements. The treatment of these two types of taxes is crucial. Deferred tax assets are recorded against loss carry-forwards. For deferred tax liabilities, companies have more flexibility. Since these are tax obligations, they must be recognized. The fundamental principle of accounting is to account for potential losses. The company should reflect a worse situation than it actually is. Are reserves distributed? In the balance sheet, you will frequently encounter the term reserves. Many people assume that reserves can be distributed. Is this true? It depends on the type of reserves. If the reserves belong to the parent company within the group, they can indeed be distributed at the company level. However, this is rare. Besides reserves, provisions also play a crucial role. Why are provisions needed? First, it should be clarified what a provision is. A provision represents a liability that is not yet definite in terms of its timing or amount. Provisions are made for various purposes, such as legal risks, tax liabilities, or pension obligations. When provisions are made, a variety of assumptions are usually involved. Therefore, provisions also provide some flexibility in accounting. In the financial industry, there is a phenomenon known as the big bath. These are companies already burdened by restructuring costs that use this situation to create additional provisions. What's the point? Simply put, they aim to push an already negative result even further into the negative. The consolidated notes provide insights into such strategies. The notes must include accounting and valuation methods for provisions. Additionally, each group of provisions must include details regarding uncertainties related to amounts or timings. Alongside the consolidated balance sheet, the cash flow statement plays a crucial role. It provides insights into the company's liquidity. The term cash flow frequently appears in the context of the cash flow statement. What does it mean? Cash flow. In practice, the term cash flow is often used inconsistently. Generally, cash flow is understood as the change in liquid assets resulting from operating activities. However, IFRS regulations have a slightly different perspective. According to IFRS, cash flow refers to the total change in liquid assets. The cash flow statement thus represents the change in financial liquidity. What exactly is financial liquidity? It includes not only normal cash, such as cash in hand or demand deposits, but also cash equivalents. These are defined as short-term, highly liquid financial investments. An important feature of these equivalents is that they are subject to minimal risk of value fluctuations. Other securities that do not have these characteristics cannot be classified as cash equivalents. Now, let's return to the key figure, cash flow. What does it actually indicate? To understand this, you should first build an understanding of how cash flow is calculated. The starting point for operating cash flow is the sales revenue. From this, payments for procurement, administration, production, and distribution are deducted. The operating cash flow thus shows how the financial liquidity from the company's core activities has been increased. If this cash flow is negative, it indicates the extent to which the company's operations had to be financed from other sources. In business management, a positive cash flow is also referred to as a company's internal financing volume. In such cases, the liquidity generated from the operating activities can be used for distributions and repayments. To calculate cash flow, the indirect method is usually employed. This involves starting with the annual result. Non-cash expenses, such as provisions or depreciation, are added to this result. Conversely, non-cash income is deducted. This gives you the operating cash flow. Besides the indirect method, there is also the direct method, which is rarely used in practice due to its high effort. Besides operating cash flow, there are other cash flow metrics you should be aware of. One such metric is the cash flow from investing activities. To understand this cash flow, you should first get an overview of a company's investing activities. This includes both payments for tangible and financial assets and other intangible assets, as well as receipts from the direct sale of these assets. For example, if subsidiaries are bought or sold, this will always affect the cash flow from investing activities. Here, the purchase or sale price is recorded. In addition to this cash flow, there is also cash flow from financing activities. This includes receipts from capital increases, payments to shareholders, and the taking out and repayment of loans or bonds. Treasury shares are presented as a deduction from equity. Consequently, the purchase or sale of treasury shares must also be reflected in financing activities. In this context, it is important to consider the impact of currency differences on the cash flow statement. Financial assets are always exposed to the risks of various exchange rates. Changes due to exchange rates must be separately reported in the financial liquidity fund. In addition to the mentioned metrics, there is the free cash flow at the end. This cash flow is not explicitly defined in IFRS. It is actually a general term for various business metrics used to measure a company's financial strength. In practice, free cash flow is usually determined by summing the operating and investing cash flows. The amount remaining to repay debt or make distributions to shareholders is the free cash flow. If you've enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like it. Subscribe to my channel and activate the bell to give the channel added value and support my channel for free. Equity changes. For a group and its shareholders, it is crucial to understand how the equity of a company has changed. According to IFRS, there is no explicit subdivision of equity. The guidelines for subdivision derive from corporate law regulations applicable in the country where the reporting entity is based. For listed companies in Germany, this is typically the Stock Corporation Act. Equity usually consists of paid-in capital and earned capital. According to IFRS, the group equity also includes separately reported interests of non-controlling shareholders. This means that interests held by third parties must also be included. The paid-in capital of a company typically includes the subscribed capital of the parent company and capital reserves. Subscribed capital may have arisen from issuing common or preferred shares. This is important for investors, as different types of shares confer different rights. Additionally, there may be restrictions on distributions. All these factors must be considered. The group notes therefore also specify the rights associated with each type of share. Earned capital in a group consists of retained earnings and separately reported reserves. In these separate items, depending on IFRS regulations, individual components of results are included. Some of the other results accumulated in these reserves are to be transferred to the annual result in subsequent years. Other parts of the other results, however, remain permanently in the reserves. If the group has conducted transactions involving its own shares, these must be directly recorded in the reserve for treasury shares. What goes into retained earnings? These include the accumulated and retained annual results. In addition, any other results that do not need to be reported in a separate reserve are included. Now that you have a basic understanding of how equity is composed, let's move on to the changes. How does equity change? What influences cause equity to change? Changes in a company's equity reflect increases or decreases in net assets. Equity changes can essentially arise from two factors. The first factor is the net result. In addition, capital transactions can lead to changes in a company's equity. These should alter the directly paid-in capital, such as in the case of capital increases or reductions. Additionally, you should note the relationship between equity changes and comprehensive income accounting. In comprehensive income accounting, the total result is derived as a metric. This represents a change in equity. In the equity change statement, different components of the result are assigned to specific equity items. In equity accounting, it is often noted that treasury shares are deducted from equity in the group financial statements. What is the reason for this? Treasury shares refer to shares that the parent company itself has acquired within the group. The question arises as to why the parent company acquires its own shares. The reasons are varied. On one hand, the parent company may acquire its own shares to effect a capital reduction. On the other hand, it may do so to prepare for a distribution replacement. Typically, the extent of shares the parent company can acquire is restricted. In Germany, there are relevant stock corporation regulations for this purpose. Treasury shares acquired by a company are not considered assets in the group financial statements, according to IFRS. Instead, they are seen as a return of capital. Therefore, they must also be represented accordingly. Treasury shares are recorded in a specific reserve within equity. If the treasury shares are sold over time, this is considered a capital increase. Next, you should consider the topic of restatements. How do these affect equity? Restatements involve changes in accounting methods and corrections of significant errors. To compare two consecutive financial statements, accounting methods must generally remain consistent. Changes in methods can only be made if required by a new standard or interpretation. This might include decisions such as no longer valuing real estate at historical cost. To account for changes in accounting methods, retrospective adjustments are usually made. When is an error present that requires a change? An error occurs, for example, if an accounting regulation has not been correctly applied. Additionally, it may be the result of multiple incorrect calculations in the past. Consequently, a retrospective adjustment must be carried out. How is such a retrospective adjustment made? This involves making a neutral adjustment of assets and liabilities to the beginning date of the previous year. The determination of adjustment amounts is crucial. They must be calculated so that the new accounting methods were already applied, meaning past financial statements would have been correct. The impact of such an adjustment on each equity position must be detailed in the equity change statement. Furthermore, a third column must be added to the group balance sheet. The notes to the financial statements must detail the impact on each item of the group financial statements. Finally, the following question often arises: does equity really correspond to the company's value? Some people confuse two different aspects here. A company's value is not only measured by its equity. On the contrary, the company's value is determined using the so-called income approach. This method is based on the assumption that the company will continue in the future periods. The same applies to equity, but it is slightly different. Equity does not correspond to the company's value. So how do differences between equity and company value arise? The differences mainly result from self-created intangible assets. These include customer base, market strength, and competitive advantages. In accounting, these values do not result in tangible figures. However, they can be easily considered in a company valuation. Additional differences arise from IFRS valuation requirements. These are usually due to some items being valued at historical cost. As you can see, equity is a crucial figure when analyzing your balance sheet. However, you should be aware that equity does not automatically provide a conclusion about the company's actual value. This is determined in a different way and includes many assets that primarily have no tangible value. Finally, when reviewing an annual financial statement, you need to examine the group notes. These usually contain information that can help you better understand the balance sheet. What can you find in the group notes? And why are the components of the notes of critical importance? The Consolidated Financial Statement Notes. The Consolidated Financial Statement Notes primarily present the accounting principles. By specifying these principles, it becomes clear which standards, IFRS, HGB, the respective group applies. Additionally, the scope of consolidation is defined, and the accounting and valuation methods used are outlined. These are core points that provide a more detailed insight into the actual contents of the balance sheet. Among other things, information is provided on the exercise of optional rights. It also facilitates an understanding of changes in the consolidated balance sheet and income statement. Furthermore, adjustments may occur in the presentation of these changes. Many balance sheets based on IFRS are grounded in broad economic principles, which are highly interpretative in application. Consequently, it is advisable to provide an explanation in the Consolidated Financial Statement Notes regarding this. Regarding the accounting and valuation methods, it should be noted that these must be applied consistently over the years and can only be changed if a new standard is established or an appropriate interpretation is required. As mentioned in the previous section, such changes must always be applied retroactively. In the consolidated financial statements, you will find, in addition to these two pieces of information, explanations concerning individual items of the financial statements. These explanations provide information on the composition and reasons for significant changes in specific items of the consolidated balance sheet. Additionally, they offer insights into changes in the comprehensive income statement and cash flow statement. The Consolidated Financial Statement Notes also include a presentation illustrating the development of intangible assets. Furthermore, the explanations provide information regarding financial liabilities. Moreover, there are explanations related to pension provisions, financial instruments, and income taxes, all of which play a crucial role in the balance sheet. Thus, the main focus when reviewing the notes is on supplementary information. What important supplementary information does it provide? Part of the explanations is covered by the details on so-called contingent liabilities and other obligations. These 2 points refer to business transactions that are partially uncertain and therefore do not yet appear in the balance sheet. The occurrence of these liabilities may lead to a reduction in profit, for example. The disclosure of these contingent liabilities and other risks is mandatory. The reason for this obligation is straightforward. Addressees of the financial statements can gain an overview of the overall situation of the company through these risk disclosures. Besides this crucial information, the Consolidated Financial Statement Notes include information on various segments. These are also known as segment reports and have been mentioned as terminology in previous sections. This provides investors with insights into the company's key business areas. When companies prepare an IFRS consolidated financial statement according to FAR 315A HGB, they must include additional disclosures that the German legislator considers important. These disclosures include personnel expenses, the number of employees, executive compensation, and the corporate governance statement. Besides these aspects, the presentation of the development of intangible assets and property, plant, and equipment plays a crucial role. What can you deduce from such a presentation? First of all, you should remember that the presentation of the aforementioned values is done on a gross basis. This means that the development of acquisition costs and accumulated depreciation is shown. Now, let's address the depreciation item. What is its significance? First, You should understand what is included in depreciation. In addition to scheduled depreciation, this item also includes expenses due to impairments. Furthermore, under IFRS, every company must assess at the balance sheet date whether there are indications of impaired assets. If indicators of impairment are present, an impairment test should be conducted. It can also occur that an asset is deemed overvalued if its book value is no longer covered by the discounted cash flow. Special complexity arises from assessments related to the recoverability of goodwill. This assessment is not straightforward and requires an annual test to evaluate the impairment of this intangible asset. In addition to depreciation, the provision schedule is of critical importance. This schedule shows the significant development of each major category of provisions. High releases, for example, indicate that there are estimation uncertainties. Many investors understand these 2 points but struggle with pension obligations. How are these calculated? Long-term pension obligations are only recognized under IFRS for defined benefit plans. These are pension obligations where the employer bears the financial risk, not the employee. Apart from this, there is also the defined contribution pension obligation. This is calculated as the present value, accumulated using the current single premium method. The present value calculation is not straightforward and depends on numerous demographic and financial assumptions made at the balance sheet date. If a settlement occurs, an interest rate that reflects the yield on high-quality fixed-interest industrial bonds must be used. If a company holds pension assets, the return on these assets reduces the pension expense. Currently, the return on pension assets is no longer based on individual estimates, but is standardized to an interest rate used for discounting pension obligations. The valuation assumptions are updated annually. Consequently, actuarial gains or losses are included in the other comprehensive income as they arise. These actuarial changes can vary from year to year, and immediate recognition in other comprehensive income makes sense from a financial analyst's perspective. This approach ensures a more transparent presentation. To understand pension schemes reflected in the consolidated financial statements, you need to know one crucial point. The pension obligation reported in the balance sheet is always a net liability. This size results from a net presentation between the accumulated present value of pension obligations and the actual pension assets. It should be noted that not all assets are eligible for offsetting as pension assets. Only plan assets can be offset. The IFRS standard sets strict rules for an asset to be considered as plan assets. What is this regulation? Only assets that can be legally separated from the productive assets of the respective group and are purpose-specific can be considered as plan assets. This means that such assets may only be used for financing pension obligations. Another important requirement is that the assets must be protected from the claims of third-party creditors in case of insolvency. As you can see, you can deduce a lot from pension assets, but this requires specific knowledge that not everyone may have. There is a good reason why pension assets must be purpose-specific, to protect the assets from third-party creditors in case of insolvency. Have you ever wondered when groups must repay debts? Many people likely ask this question. The answer can be found in the consolidated financial statement notes. These notes include information on the maturity of debt. This data allows conclusions to be drawn about the company's future obligations. By examining this, you can ultimately assess the company's liquidity situation. In addition to this point, you will also learn about the group's tax payments in the consolidated financial statement notes. Have you always wanted to know how much tax a group pays? Then you just need to look at the notes. They include explanations on income taxes. These explanations also contain a reconciliation from the expected tax rate to the effective tax rate. This means a reconciliation from the expected tax expense to the actual reported tax expense. The reconciliation of the tax rate can be done in 2 different ways, either using the tax rates of the respective company or calculating a weighted average of all tax rates used locally in the group. The effective tax rate is derived from the group's comprehensive income statement. 2 values are particularly important here: the reported income tax expense relative to the income before taxes. However, discrepancies in the calculation can occur. How is this explained? The explanation is much simpler than you might think. Discrepancies often arise from tax-exempt income or non-deductible expenses. It may also be that there are unrecognized tax assets from loss carry-forwards. Additionally, the notes include information on the risks of financial instruments. Companies are required to provide reasonable disclosures about both the nature and extent of the respective risks. Ultimately, these disclosures should provide insight into the financial risks, particularly liquidity risks, market risks, or credit risks that a company faces. Also, disclosures must be made on how the company manages these risks. For financial statement readers, this information is of crucial importance as it significantly impacts the future development of the company. Market risks are usually divided into two major types: currency risks and interest rate risks. Groups are required to provide sensitivity analyses in the consolidated financial statement notes that illustrate these risks. These analyses include the future impact of these risks on financial results. Moreover, liquidity risk can only be assessed if disclosures are made regarding the contractual maturities of financial liabilities. Therefore, companies are also required to provide these disclosures. Finally, let's mention the management report. What can you learn from it, and why is it important? First, let's cover the basics required for the management report. According to commercial law regulations, all companies must prepare such a report unless they are exempt from this obligation. It is a standalone reporting tool that must align with the consolidated financial statements. So, what is the purpose of the management report? In a management report, management accounts for the use of resources in the past fiscal year. In addition to analyzing business performance, which includes the results, statements are made about the company's situation. Additionally, opportunities and risks for the company are highlighted. The management report will contain many forward-looking components. Thus, it plays a significant role in any potential investment decisions. The addressee should receive all relevant information for decision-making. Of course, this information should be reliable. The focus is on the overall economic assessment of the group. It also aims to provide a better understanding of the company's asset, earnings, and financial situation. All these aspects must adhere to certain principles. These are outlined in the so-called DSR, an abbreviation for German accounting standards. Section DSR 20 provides all the regulations that must be followed. For a complete, reliable, balanced, clear, and comprehensible reporting, an appropriate level of information detail must be ensured. What does this mean? It means that the extent and detail of the management report depend on various factors such as the business activity, size, and capital market orientation of the group. The structure of the management report is quite simple. The DSR also provides a suggestion in this regard. This is not a definitive proposal, but can be followed to ensure compliance. To ensure proper reporting, the following key components should be included in the management report: business performance, the overall financial situation, earnings, and cash flow. Furthermore, the development of non-financial performance indicators and an assessment of the company's future perspectives should be provided. Regarding non-financial performance indicators, companies should disclose key figures such as those related to the environment, employees, or social aspects. This is particularly important for stakeholders who may not be interested in purely financial aspects, but are concerned with other key factors. In summary, the management report serves to assess the overall performance of the company. It provides an opportunity to highlight both positive and negative developments. The primary purpose is to give stakeholders an understanding of the company's position and future prospects. This reporting tool is a vital part of financial communication and must be prepared in accordance with the applicable standards and regulations. This was the complete video. How does money and our global economic cycle work? I hope you enjoyed the video and would be delighted if you would give me a like, subscribe to the channel, and activate the bell. That way you won't miss any more videos from me and will be informed immediately when a new video is published. Thank you for watching the whole video, and see you soon.